Admiral M. Najmul Hassan, Chief of Naval Staff, Bangladesh Navy, as a token of memento and a gesture of heartfelt appreciation. Dear audience, we will now proceed to the photography session. I would like to request the Treasurer, Registrar, Academic Advisor, all Deans, Controller of Examination, and all the speakers of the plenary session to come over to the stage and join the photography session.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is with great pleasure that we commence the second session of our event, the plenary session. We're honored to host three distinguished speakers internationally, each sharing their insights for 20 minutes. Following their presentations, we will open the floor for a 30-minute interactive forum. Professor Dr. Mohammad Nazir Hussain, Head of Department, Genetic Engineering and Marine Biotechnology, Bangladesh Maritime University, will lead today's plenary session as our esteemed chair. May I kindly request Professor Dr. Mohammad Nazir Hussain, our esteemed session chair, and our distinguished speakers for this session, Professor Dr. Teng Jin from China, Professor Natra Iksan from Malaysia, and Dr. Tonia Astrid Capuano from France to take their respective seats on the stage.
Dear audience, the stage has been graced by Professor Dr. Mohammad Nazir Hussain, our esteemed chair, our distinguished speakers of the session, Professor Dr. Tang Jin from China, Professor Natra Iksan from Malaysia, and Dr. Tonia Astrid Capuano from France. We are glad to have them in our plenary session. Dear audience, we are very glad to have Professor Dr. Mohammad Nazir Hussain, the session chair of this plenary session. Dr. Nazir is the head of the Department of Genetic Engineering and Marine Biotechnology at Bangladesh Maritime University. He earned his PhD in molecular cell biology from Yokohama University in 2006. He has developed health and cosmetics for Japanese market. His current research focuses on marine bioactive compounds for drug discovery and bioremediation. Without further ado, may I now request Professor Dr. Mohammad Nazir Hussain to conduct the session.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Vice Chancellor, sir, learned guest speakers from home and abroad, distinguished academicians, senior government officers, students of different universities, ladies and gentlemen, assalamu alaikum, and very good morning. Welcome to the plenary session of this seminar with the theme Blue Economy, Unlocking the Potentials of Ocean for Sustainable Development in Bangladesh. I'm Mohammad Nazir Hussain, Professor of Department of Genetic Engineering and Marine Biotechnology, Bangladesh Maritime University, and I'll be chairing this session. So what a big auditorium, right? I hope all the students, I hope all the students will come inside and fill the seats. Please, students, please come inside. Today, we are delighted to have three distinguished speakers among us who will be sharing their expertise on blue economy. Each speaker will have 20 minutes to present their highly valued work, and we'll have 30 minutes of question and answer session at the end of this plenary session. I'm really looking forward to this session and the insightful presentation we have in store for us. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to add a few lines on today's theme. The concept of blue economy gained global appeal following Rio Conference in 2012. And shortly after that, it began to resonate within Bangladesh. Recognizing the marine resources' immense potential for national development, Bangladesh has articulated an ambitious future roadmap for its blue economy. This plan is geared towards sustainably capitalizing on these marine assets, augmenting investing and marine research and technological advancements, and bolstering maritime connectivity and infrastructure. The blue economy focuses on sustainably using ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihood, and job creation while preserving marine ecosystems. For Bangladesh, the blue economy offers an opportunity to harness marine and coastal resources for sustainable development. Strategically located along the northern coast of the Bay of Bengal, Bangladesh possesses immense potential for harnessing marine resources, driving economic growth, and supporting national development strategies. The importance of ocean resources for sustainable development has become increasingly recognized in Bangladesh, aligning closely with the Sustainable Development Goals. Therefore, judging the current state of Bangladesh's blue economy, its challenges and potential opportunities for sustainable development, Bangladesh Maritime University uh, organized this seminar with the theme Blue Economy, Unlocking the Potentials of Ocean for Sustainable Development of Bangladesh. So as I mentioned before, and we have three distinguished speakers from abroad. And ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce our first speaker, Professor Tenjing from National Ocean Technology Center, China. He'll be presenting a talk on advancing the blue economy, integrating marine spatial planning for sustainable development of Bangladesh. Professor Tenjing is an expert of marine spatial planning, and he is closely working with Bangladesh and in different universities like Chittagong University in Bangladesh. He is also the Deputy Director of Key Laboratory of Marine Spatial Planning Technology, China. So now I would like to request Professor Tenjing to deliver his talks.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Vice Chancellor, Rear Admiral Ashraf Chaudhry. Today I'm very honored to be here to share some of my insights on marine spatial planning, and it's crucial for blue economy, especially in the context of Bangladesh. My name is Teng Xin. Yes, just like the chair introduced, I come from China National Ocean Technology Center. My organization belongs to the Ministry of Natural Resources of China. I'm a professor for marine spatial planning and marine management. And first of all, I would like to share some of my idea about the marine spatial planning worldwide. First of all, the definition. Different organizations have different definition of marine spatial planning. I think marine spatial planning is a public process, and the UNESCO gives the definition just like this: analyzing, allocating the spatial and temporal distribution of human activity in marine area to achieve the ecological, the economy, and social objective. In Europe, there are some definition of marine spatial planning, emphasis on the state member role in how to use the sea area. And you can see in China, we call marine spatial planning marine functional zoning, divide the sea area into different functional zones according to different conditions. And the objective of marine spatial planning also diverse. The marine spatial planning can reduce the conflicts and can manage the risk, just like climate change, and develop the sustainable blue economy. The world needs marine spatial planning, I think, because of it can deal with two major types of conflict. We call it the user-user conflict and user-environment conflict. The user-user conflict, just like the fishery and the shipping, and the user environment conflict like the industry pollution harmful for the marine ecosystem. And the marine spatial planning can offer solutions to balance and to deal with these two kind of conflict. And the status of marine spatial planning all over the world. As my concern, totally 110 countries or regions in the world adopt the marine spatial planning. But the stage of marine spatial planning of these countries are different. Some of the countries in the early stage, some already implement, and a few countries already update 2 times, 3 times, just like some countries in Europe and in Australia and China. I think marine spatial planning can align with the relevant international frameworks and contribute to these international frameworks, and such as the SDGs. SDGs focus on the conservation and the sustainable sea area use, so the marine spatial planning can meet to these goals. And also the CBD focus on the biodiversity, and in the CBD have some spatial planning objective. Also the UNFCCC Paris Agreement, as well as the BBNG, the UN Decade. This is some of the articles how to MSP align with the international frameworks. And some of the hot issue and cutting edge of marine spatial planning in the world, just like the prioritizing ecosystem health and the system interaction and dynamics, and the climate-related knowledge, how to involve the climate-related knowledge into the marine spatial planning. Also, adaptive and dynamic planning. And I think how to balance the feasibility and the legal certainty is also very difficult for the government which adopts the marine spatial planning method, and so on. And the second part, I would like to introduce the marine spatial planning in China. Yes, I just mentioned in China, we usually call marine spatial planning marine functional zoning, because in China only marine functional zoning right into the sea area law have the legal base. So from 2002, and Chinese government reinforcement every province, every city and county, also the national level implement the marine spatial planning. And from 1979 to until now, China marine spatial planning has more than 45 years history. And from 2018, my ministry do a very important and tough work, the merger marine functional zoning into national territorial spatial planning to enforce the coordination of land and sea. In the previous many years, China, the territorial land and management and land spatial planning and the sea marine spatial planning is separate, belong to 2 ministries. so it's very difficult to coordinate. So Chinese government merger a lot of military into one big military. This is now we call it a military or natural resources. So the marine functional unit now merged into the national territorial spatial planning. But in this framework, we also have one specific spatial planning. We call it coastal and nearshore spatial planning for the provincial level and the national level. In China, we face some of the new problems of MSP development. Maybe this problem also in other countries. The first one, the conflicts among the production, living, and ecological space. Some of the time in China coastal area, the local people don't have the chance to very close to the sea to enjoy the seascape, enjoying the beach and the coastal line. So this is the first conflict. And the second conflict of China marine spatial planning is unbalanced the marine spatial development pattern. The nearshore very heavy development, but the far and deep sea and very few human activity. And the third problem is the efficiency utilization of the industrial sea area. Some of the industry in China not very necessary to use the sea area, but layouts along the coast is very width of the coastline and the sea area. So Chinese government take some measures to deal with these three problems. The first solution, the coastal construction setback line. The local government can set the setback line, maybe 100 meters, 200 meters, according to the requirement. This is a very simple case study in Qingdao City, Shandong Province, in the east of in China. I use this method to keep some very beautiful area for the local people, for the entertainment of the people. And we lay out some deep and far off sea wind power, very far from the coastal line. And also, we are exploring the three-dimensional utilization of the marine species. We not only use the surface, but also we use the sea body, the seabed, and the space up of the sea surface. There is also have a very typical case study. We use the solar energy. We set up the solar energy and some other human activities in the same sea area. And the last part about the exploration of Bangladesh marine spatial planning. Because my team from 2017 and do a lot of cooperation research with the organizations, universities, and governments from Bangladesh, such as the Maritime University, and BIMRED, and Blue Economy Cell, and other Chittagong University and other organizations. So until now, we have some preliminary research I can share with you. And before my team to do some research, I think the Bangladesh marine spatial planning need to according some principles, just like the land-sea coordination and land-sea interaction, and the ecosystem-based sustainable development, and the scientific layout and structural optimization. Also, in China, we have a very good idea, I think, can use to the Bangladesh marine spatial planning, one policy for one zone, and reform and innovation. This is we can call it the spatial pattern for the coastal and marine functional marine spatial planning in Bangladesh. We can divide the Bangladesh and the sea area and the coastal area into 5 functional areas: the urban development areas, the rural development areas, the ecological protection areas, and the reservation areas, also the open sea development areas. And according to these 5 big functional areas, we can divide the 9 categories of functional zones for the Bangladesh, the coastal and marine area, such as the fishery zone, the industry zone, the port shipping zone, and tourism zone, and so on. And we also have one how to connect the marine spatial planning and the blue economy is very important, because I think marine spatial planning is only a tool to meet to the blue economy development. So we have an idea. We call it the marine spatial planning plus blue economy. So we have launched the Maritime University
Professor
NOTC.
Ting, you have 5 minutes more.
Okay, the marine spatial planning plus blue economy project, and we already selected one suitable area for demonstration construction of the multi-energy complementary intelligence fishery farming platform. Last year, my team and the Maritime University team also already done some preliminary works. And as I know, Bangladesh and China marine spatial planning and blue economy have a very big potential, especially for the blue economy industry and development. I think the 2 countries can, from these 4 industries, in the future can do something. The first, the fishery and marine culture. Yes. In China, there is a very popular model. We call it a marine range, and we can use this model to carry out some pilot project in Bangladesh. And as I know, a lot of Chinese company would like to invest in Bangladesh to build and construct the special economy zone for fish productivities. And I think when I go to the coastal area, I see some of the offshore wind farm. I think the offshore exploration for the oil, gas, and the renewable energy is also a very potential area for 2 countries' cooperation, and as well as the ecological tourism. In Bangladesh, very abundant of the mangrove, so can use this mangrove area do some ecotourism and integrated the historical site and open up the international cruise routes in the Bay of Bengal. Yes, when I input my slides into AI, the artificial intelligence, in China we have an AI, we call it a Doubao. And I get these 4 pictures. And I think the AI can predict the Bangladesh blue economy development when adopt the marine spatial planning as a tool to develop the blue economy. The first one, you can see the offshore wind farm and the cages, the fishery. And the second picture about the shipping. And the third one, the improve of the livelihood of the local people. And the last one for the entertainment or recreation of the local people for the tourism. I think the AI also can predict the very bright future of Bangladesh blue economy and coastal development. So I think according to our effort, we will see a very bright future. And I look forward to China and Bangladesh in deep cooperation in the relevant field of marine spatial planning and blue economy. Thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tenzing, for your informative and insightful presentation. So, wanted to see Duban AI, right? The name? The AI, what's the name of the AI? Duba. So, the AI could show us very bright future about MSP. Thank you so much. So, let's move on to our next speaker, Professor Natra Iksan, Department of Agriculture University, Putra, Malaysia. And she'll be speaking on innovations of sustainable strategies in Malaysia's blue economy and its relevance and opportunities for Bangladesh. Dr. Natra specializes in the field of aquatic microbial ecology, particularly in the development of innovative and sustainable microbial management strategies through understanding of the host microbe interaction for enhanced microbial stability and efficient fish health management. Professor Natra authored 66 research articles in international peer-reviewed journals. She also authored 2 books and 3 book chapters. Dr. Natra, please come onto the stage to deliver your talks. You have 20 minutes to deliver your talks. Thank you.
Hello. Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I would like to begin by thanking the organizer, the Bangladesh Maritime University, for inviting me. It is really a great honor to be here, and I'm also happy that the students are also in attendance. Can I see them raising their hands? Wow, there are many of them. Okay. So I'm Natra from UPM, and today I'm going to share some insights on Malaysia's Blue Economy Initiative, our innovation that are related to aquaculture, and how this can be, we can use this to collaborate together with Bangladesh, with China, with France, and also with the UK. All right, my talk will cover 3 main areas. The first one, I would start with an overview of blue economy, especially things that are the current updates that are being done in Malaysia. Second, I'll highlight on the key innovation that we have been doing in our research. And finally, we will explore potential areas for collaboration with Bangladesh. Now, I think most of the speakers have spoken about this before, but when we think about economy, it's all about ensuring that our ocean-based economic activities are in harmony with the marine ecosystem. So it's not just about growth, it's about protecting our ocean and ensuring that they are resilient and also healthy. Now, zooming into Malaysian blue economy, Malaysia is in a unique position where we are a maritime nation, we have a long coastline, and this contribute up to 23% of our own GDP. And up to now, Malaysia's ocean economy is valued about $61 billion. And we are actually in the midst of preparing our Blue Economy Blueprint, also known as MBEB. It's still under development, where it is being led by the Ministry of Economy and Academy of Sciences Malaysia. And throughout this development of a blueprint, both organizations involve different stakeholders consisting of various ministries, academic sectors, industries, and also NGOs, with the hope that at the end it would lead to comprehensive national framework to sustainably manage and harness the national ocean and also marine resources. So when speaking about Malaysian blue economy, it covers these 8 strategic sectors, where the first one is on fisheries and aquaculture, extractive industry of non-living resources, the third one, maritime transport, ports and related services, as well as shipping and shipbuilding, fourth, coastal and maritime tourism, renewable energy, marine biotechnology and bioprospecting, desalination for freshwater generation, and last but not least, waste disposal management. I'm going to zoom in into fishery and aquaculture only in blue economy, because first I'm from the Department of Aquaculture, and in terms of fishery and aquaculture, globally, 1 in 10 people make their living from fisheries and aquaculture. So it's very important sectors, and it is important source of animal protein, and also it provides livelihood to coastal community. Malaysian, we love to eat fishes. Okay, we're among country which consume fishes up to 44 kilograms of fishes. Okay, among the highest in the world, and aquaculture is a key component. Okay, for us. But yeah, I think it happens globally. We face many challenges, from disease outbreak, from high operational costs, climate change, environmental stresses, and inconsistent seed quality. And the production of aquaculture and also with the help, and also fisheries actually needs to be increased by at least 35 to 40% by 2030 to satisfy the gap in global demands for aquatic food. So for my talk today, I'm going to focus into these 2 priorities in terms of future technology innovation. Okay, where I will talk more about my field, which is in terms of microbial management for more sustainable production, and also on integrated production system that involve plant and also animal farming. Right. When we are talking about aquaculture, for example, the normal practice in aquaculture is the fat aquaculture that often contribute to the nutrient loading in the environment, which is basically comes from the feed, the uneaten feed, and also the metabolic waste from the animal itself. Now, in contrast, we also have, and it's an idea that are now becoming popular, which is known as extractive aquaculture, where it involves polyculture, combination of different organisms in a system that recycle the nutrients. So the technologies can be in the form of IMTA, or integrated multi-trophic aquaculture system. It can be in the form of biofloc. It can also be in form of RAS, okay, recirculation ecosystem, and even IMTA can also be combined with RAS, known as IMTRAS. Okay, so these are systems that are designed to operate in a closed loop or circular system. So basically, with combination of different organisms, it can reduce waste, minimize the use of external resources, and it could create a more sustainable and economically viable aquaculture model. So I'd like to highlight 2 ongoing projects that we're having. First, the Aquadept project that focuses on using the algae seaweed, in integrated multi-trophic aquaculture system to improve climate resilience in coastal community. And this project are being funded by IDRC and also Global Affairs Canada. The other one, the second one is on Innovate MR 2.0, where we look at microbial communities, especially focusing on microalgae and bacteria to reduce AMR or antimicrobial resistance. And both project explores on the mechanism of quorum sensing and quorum sensing inhibition. But then what is quorum sensing? Quorum sensing is actually communication between bacteria. So it's not like only us, human, that can communicate. It's actually bacteria can also communicate. And how did they communicate? They communicate by using signal molecules. Bacteria basically, they basically produce these molecules, release it to the environment and then detect it. And from the detection, they monitor and also control the regulation of their activities. Bacteria, they're actually an intelligent organism, okay, other than using one type of signal. Some bacteria also use different signal where they can actually pick, the bacteria that they want to communicate. Like in the case of this pathogen, Vibrio cambeli, they have 3 different type of signal molecules, and for example, they have a type of signal molecules known as AI2, where they use it for interspecies communication, while the other type of signal molecule, they use it for intraspecies communication. There are a lot of pathogens in aquaculture that use this type of mechanism. So basically, the virulence of these pathogens are being controlled by communication. And that is why we look at mechanism of quorum quenching as disease control agent as compared to other alternative disease control agents such as probiotics, herbal medicine, and fish therapy. Our work focuses on algae, okay, both seaweed and also microalgae, their relationship with other microorganisms, and how it controls the surrounding aquatic environment. When talking about quorum sensing inhibitor, actually the first reported quorum sensing inhibitor comes from a seaweed known as Delacia pulchra, a red type seaweed, where it produces halogenated furanone that can protect themselves from extensive colonization by bacteria. And this seaweed, basically, they are able to disrupt communication signal, but unfortunately, when it's used at high concentration, it can be toxic. And we have been screening quite a number of seaweeds in Malaysia from different places, and it seems that a lot of seaweed shows quorum sensing inhibition activity. And now we are in the midst of integrating all these quorum sensing inhibition seaweed at the west coast of Malaysia, and look whether the integration between seaweed, between mussel, cockles together would basically produce a good environmental surrounding for the benefit of the coastal community. Other than that, we're also integrating IoT-based monitoring system into our IMTAS farm. So these include real-time data analytics to support better decision-making and also adaptive farm management. And other than seaweed, we're also looking at microalgae with potential use for aquaculture system, since microalgae are a very important component in hatcheries, okay, especially for shrimp. All right, we have been screening quite a number of microalgae, from marine microalgae to freshwater microalgae, and again, just like seaweed, there are a lot of microalgae that has this quorum sensing inhibition activity. And when we basically add microalgae to shrimp, for example, and we challenge it with a pathogen, microalgae could protect the shrimp from this pathogenic Vibrio, for example. Now, how can we collaborate together? What is the relevance of the study to Bangladesh? Bangladesh being one of the world's top 5 aquaculture producers has great potential in benefiting from this innovation, and I can see there's a lot of room to collaborate together. I can see, okay, that you are all well established in terms of freshwater aquaculture sector, especially inland aquaculture. There are a lot of rich aquatic biodiversity. We have a strong base in terms of diversified aquaculture. Plenty of water resources from inland water bodies and also coastline. And this is something that I'm learning also because I noticed in terms of community and farmer engagement, Bangladesh is very good with that. Okay, and I was talking to some professor, please teach me, how to engage between the academia and also between the community. And other than that, we have also active involvement of women, which is very great. I was looking at the FAO, the State of World Aquaculture Fisheries, the recent one, and I noticed that there are also projects in Bangladesh where there are FAO field project with programs on climate change adaptation for the aquatic food sector. So what is important that I think between Bangladesh and Malaysia in terms of issues, okay, we share the same issues, in terms of climate change, disease, right? And in our department, we have actually a program known as Bachelor of Science in Aquaculture with honors, all right? And we are in the midst of developing another master program by coursework. It's known as Master Science in Circular Aquaculture. And other than that, we have already available with us a postgraduate program by research, both master and PhD. So I'm looking forward for staff exchanges, okay, between the two universities, right? And then other than that, we are okay. So I've presented just now about the 3 circular system that we're having. So let's collaborate on that section also. And before I end, I just would like also to introduce our new research group. So it's actually just being recognized as the University-Driven Research Group. Is known as ALBIC, or Microalgae Biota Technology Innovation Research Group. So students, please like us, please follow us. We have a Facebook page for this, all right? And our vision is actually at national level, we would like to establish a National Microalgae Center of Excellence and later expand it to International Center of Excellence. So if there's anyone who are also working on microalgae, please let me know and let's find a way to work together. So these are the members. We have people from circular aquaculture sites to engineering and technology side. And not to forget from the ecology and also the environment side. And I think, I just would like to conclude. I can see there are plenty of rooms that we can work together, many common challenges and opportunities, and through strategic collaboration, especially in circular aquaculture, sustainability practices, and probably digital innovation, we can pave the way for a resilient and inclusive blue economy in our region. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. Don't know but. Thank you. Terima kasih.
Thank you, Professor Nadra, for your excellent presentation. And I think both scientists and industrialists can get benefited from our talks. Now, it's my pleasure to introduce our special guest, Dr. Tania Astrid Capuano. She's an expert in physical oceanography, working for a French government agency named Expertise France. And she'll be presenting on capability of regional nested model to reproduce the hydro and thermodynamics of Northern Bay of Bengal towards the implementation of an operational forecasting system of Bangladesh. And Dr. Tonia has more than 25 publications, and now she's working with Dhaka University Oceanography Department, if I mention right. Thank you, Dr. Tonia. And let's now introduce, please deliver your talks.
Thank you so much, Nasmus, for the nice introduction. Assalamu alaikum, and a very good afternoon now to all of you, to all the audience. I'm really sorry my Bengali doesn't go very farther, even though I've been 2 years here, but I have a lot of languages and a lot of work. But really appreciate your invitation from VC, from the whole organization, Murad, and everybody. Really, really efficient and really organized. Thank you so much. So my presentation will be a little bit more academic compared to the previous speakers, because I'm really an oceanographer, a physical oceanographer, and an ocean modeler. So I've been working a lot here with the Department of Oceanography, International Center for Ocean Governance at Dhaka University, but also with Chittagong University, with BORI. I also collaborate with BIMRAD, Noakhali University, and BMU. Obviously, I would like even more cooperate with you and give some workshops and seminars for all your brilliant students. So today I will focus on this work, assessing really the performance of this regional model in the Bay of Bengal, because we really hope that one day such a model or any other regional model which works as good as this one for the Bay of Bengal northern part ocean dynamics can be the base for the implementation of an operational ocean forecasting system, which is very much a requirement for a country like Bangladesh who wants to invest in its marine resources and coastal resources. So this is a collaborative work among 2 students of the Bangladesh Maritime University, from master students from Nibir and Rishad, and 2 master students from Dhaka University, Jangir and Maya, which I have co-supervised with Dr. Azum Chaudhuri during their master works. So it's quite a classic academic presentation. We will start with a really brief introduction of the Bay of Bengal, since you probably know better than me the main oceanographic features. We know this basin is a very unique semi-enclosed tropical basin, which is highly influenced by the reversing monsoonal winds, but also afar by the zonal winds. And then is also considered a dilution basin, meaning that there's a very significant amount of fresh water that is actually supplied to this region through excessive precipitation and river runoff rather than evaporation. And in this area, as we can see in this right end, I don't have a pointer, but this right end profile, the thermaline layers, meaning the barrier layers, the isothermal layer, and the mixed layers, they have very important seasonal variation that lead to distinct water masses properties. But despite of this, the very big importance of this area in oceanography, it suffers of a very important lack of in situ observations. So unfortunately, we really don't have any Argo float data up in the northern part of the bay. And we also have a scarcity of satellite data because of the clouds coverage, which hamper quite systematically the retrievement of these products. Even though there are some, obviously, but you need to really be cautious when you use them, treat them, and filter them. But we still have 2 buoys from the Rama project, international project, mainly led by France, US, and India, which are placed at 15 degrees north and 10 degrees north at 90 degrees east, and which can give you very good data of temperature, salinity, UNV velocities. This scarcity of in situ observation leads us to a few research gaps that I found with my students in oceanography, mainly in physics, which were about how can we actually understand better the thermaline structures and characteristics, their spatiotemporal distribution in the northern Bay of Bengal, and also why we need for this purpose to operate higher resolution model simulation, and finally, which are the variables, meteoceanographic variables, which modulate all the thermaline structures and the water masses property in this region. So our really goals of the study were to, first of all, develop and validate an high-resolution numerical simulation of the Bay of Bengal using a specific regional model I will talk about in a second. Then we had identified the temporal and spatial patterns of the thermaline structures and analyzed how these are influenced by the meteoceanographic drivers. And finally, we have evaluated the seasonal variations in the northern part of the Bay of Bengal by assessing the intra-annual variability of the TS features and their drivers. So why this model? Because, well, it's French, latest release, but it's been a model on which many operational forecasting systems all around the world, in the US, in China, in India, they have based their operational forecasting system. So it's very powerful, it's very adaptable, and also is not so costly in computational terms, okay? So this CROCO model, which stands for Coastal and Regional Ocean Community Model, it comes all the way from the Song and Ed Vogel first adaptive numerical strategy. Then it was actually used by the Regional Ocean Modeling System developed by UCLA. And then there was one French branch of it called ROMSAGRIF who started to actually use this model in a nest way, meaning that you have a big domain and then inside this one you embed a smaller domain, which is very powerful in developing countries where your computational resources are limited. So this was developed in South Africa, but then it's been used all over the world. And the nice thing of this model is also that it's completely open source, it's community developed, has a stable release every year, and has a very helpful support forums that really answer to your questions. So it's really good for students who, no matter who, lecturers and oceanographers at beginners level, which don't know, never done any modeling and want to try it. Okay, so I will show you how it works. You just, as any other ocean model, you will have to prepare your data sets, your input data, which are obviously needed for the bathymetry, for the initial conditions, for the boundary, for the atmospheric forces, and also for the river runoff and tides. Then these are inputted into an hydrodynamical code. This is the hard part of it, right, where you have to the scripts in Fortran where you have all the equations, the three-dimensional Navier-Stokes, but also the two-dimensional Saint-Venant when you are in shallow water, coastal areas. And from this, you compile your code with G-Fortran or iFortran compilers, and finally you execute the model in the outputs. So said like this, it looks like, wow, this is too complicated. But no, because CROCO has very user-friendly interfaces and has these CROCO tools, which are packages done in MATLAB and Python, programming languages, which really guide you step by step through all these processes. And through these CROCO tools, you can actually prepare all the pre-processing data sets, input files, and you can also, once you got the output from the model, you can also visualize and analyze the results very easily with functions and scripts that are already done, written for you to use them. Okay, and they've been proved everywhere, so they work. But on a wider perspective, the model output of such a simulation are not only important for studying the dynamical oceanic features of a region of the world like the Northern Bay of Bengal, but they have many other applications. So first of all, they help you to understand the seasonal variation of also your weather patterns, okay? Because the ocean really interacts and has a big feedback on the weather and climate. So we can have also some insights on climate change. We can get better prepared to any coastal hazard or any disaster. And through the coupling of this kind of hydrodynamical model to a biogeochemical copule, you can also gain some insights on sustainability and resource efficiency and on the status of your ecosystem and the biodiversity health to get some indicators. And finally, this was my first objective. It was to really use the output of this simulation to have some baseline findings for assessing the predictivity capabilities of a model for an operational forecasting system. So this is just an overview of the study area that we used. So we took the big parent domain, which was based on the whole Bay of Bengal, and then we did, inside we embedded a smaller domain, just focusing on the Northern Bay of Bengal, okay? And also on the left, on your right, sorry, you will see this yellow stars and yellow diamonds that just represent some stations along the coast and offshore that we use to assess upwelling episodes within the simulation. So the two domains, one was an 8-kilometer simulation in the horizontal resolution, and the other one at more or less 2.5 kilometers, focused on the northern Bay of Bengal, and both of them feature 64 vertical levels along the water column, okay? And both of them, they were run for 7 years, but you can see that more or less the first year and a half, it's a spinning period in which the model results cannot be used because it's still adjusting. The kinetic energy budget is adjusting to the condition of the area, so you need to give it some time for the model to really balance, and then you can use your more or less 5.5 years of simulation. So what you do at the first thing as an oceanographer, you need to validate the results of your model, okay? Check in comparison to available observation how good your model is performing, or maybe how bad. So in our case, there were not so many in situ observations, so mainly we relied on satellite data and reanalysis products from Copernicus, and we just did different maps within the model output and the observation, and got this kind of root mean square errors values, which are showing a very good performance of the model, because maximum we got at 0.12 value for the very post-monsoon period of October, and the minimum value was 0.008. This was for temperature and salinity, but we did it also for UNV velocity and sea surface height. We also used the model output to detect the main water masses within this region, which had been done only with in few other studies, which were not really focusing on the northern part of the bay. So in our simulation, we have found that most of the water masses, the water volume, is occupied by the Bay of Bengal water. Then we have just below it the mixed zone. Then we have a little bit of Indonesian truth flow, which comes all the way here, and a bit of Indian deep water. And we should also have found more of the Arabian Sea high salinity water and the Persian Gulf water, but they were really in small quantities. For the biggest water masses that we found, namely the Bay of Bengal water and the mixed zone, we also looked at some heat maps displaying the main correlation matrices between the major meteoceanographic drivers. So we can see here that both the Bay of Bengal water and the mixed zone are mainly correlated, highly correlated, and positively to net heat flux and to salinity, while negatively correlated to the freshwater flux and wind stress. And to look better at these relationships, we plotted out some spatial distribution at seasonal scales of all the thermaline structures and then triggering forces, which are represented by the BLT, MLD, ILD, but also sea surface salinity, height, and temperature. And we see that the barrier layer thickness is really closely following the isothermal layer, and as its minimum at the same time of a maximum of sea surface salinity, temperature, and height, while we got also that the wind stress is actually driving the mixed layer depth behavior, which is very common process in the ocean. But the fact that the BLT is mainly affected by the dynamics of the ILD is a very new result and very interesting, because it is totally the reverse process that happens in the Arabian Sea, where we see that the BLT is closely related to the MLD. And so to better assess this kind of statistical correlation, we just estimated some coefficients of person, where we can see again that the BLT is very highly correlated to the ILD and not a lot to the MLD. And so both of them are negatively correlated to SST and SSH, while the MLD is mainly positively related to the salinity and net freshwater flux. Finally, we also looked at some hints of upwelling, because that's been something that oceanographers in the northern Bay of Bengal are looking for from some time. Where is upwelling? Is it really happening? And so on. So we first assessed if the upwelling already found in the northeastern coast of India, which represents the southwestern part of our model domain. We did it by looking at 4 indexes. 3 of them, they are estimated from the wind, and 1 of them from sea surface temperature, and all of them, they hint to the upwelling episode during the pre-monsoon and monsoon areas, so during May, June, and July. And we also got a similar result if we do a Hofmüller diagram, mainly a diagram by latitude and time, by months. And you see that the UISST, which should be negative because you have the uplifting of cold waters when there is upwelling, then this is mainly negative in May, June, a little bit in July, in the most northern part of the southwestern coast of our domain. So mainly this area, 18 north degrees, 20 degrees north, 84 of longitude, where you see also that is supported by dynamical evidences, where we can see the sea surface height anomaly is all negative in June and July along the coast, and is also supported by the direction of the wind stress, which is constantly and persistently from the southwestern direction, where you have the curl is negative and leading to upwelling. So to wrap up these more scientific results, which I hope didn't bore you too much, we mainly found out that these numerical simulations with the CROCO model in the northern Bay of Bengal, they provide quite a good performance with these low root mean square error values for all the oceanographic main variables. And these were compared with satellite and reanalysis data. So surely this model is suitable for the implementation of an operational forecasting system. We have also other scientific results, but I will rather focus on the scopes of the study, which are to surely enhance the integration of more data, of fully in situ data. We heard this very good news about the upcoming acquirement of an oceanographic vessel, so we hope to take more in situ observation. With in situ data, we can better constrain the model and really adapt it to more regional and climate-specific objectives, and coupling it with biogeochemical, sedimentologic, and atmospheric modules, we can do a real interdisciplinary study, which is useful for long-term monitoring of the bay. And as recommendations, yes, we need to necessarily run high-resolution simulation, which are computationally costly, but are the only one able to capture fine-scale oceanic features and their high-frequency variability. Also, we need to integrate it with more biogeochemical processes. And in this sense, the coupling strategy is surely the most successful one, since it can allow us to assess coastal vulnerability processes. Also, it can be the base for adaptation planning and can support decision-making for any blue economy stakeholders. So thank you so much for your time and for your attention. And I'll be happy to take any questions. Also, you can write me to my email. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tonia, for your insightful presentation. So after AI, we have open source CROCO. Students will be greatly benefited from this software. So originally, we planned to have a 30-minute question and answer session, but now we have only 15 minutes to do that. May I request all the audience to participate in the QA session. Please mention your name and affiliation before asking any question. Thank you so much. And now the floor is open for question. Hello. Actually, I'm not asking any question. Uh, Students and the audience, please prepare your question. Before that, I just want to, as a convener, I think I need to say something about the time management. Uh, right, as per the latest decision, the question and answer session will continue up to 1305. 1305. And then we have the technical sessions. And after that, there is a lunch and the prayer break. And after that, the concluding session where the chief guest, that's a very tight schedule program. So we have really sumptuous lunch for you, but don't get diluted with the lunch like the tea break. Okay, come back well in time. We need to go ahead with the next programs really as per the time. So thank you very much. I expect your wholehearted cooperation. Enjoy the program, but don't get late. There is no one to call you back here. You have to come here by yourself, watching the time and as per the program of the seminar. Thank you very much. Now open for the question and answer. Thank you. Go ahead.
Is there any question? Please raise your hand.
Okay, thank you very much for all three speakers, especially. But I have a couple of questions. My name is Mohammad Ghulam Sarwar, Professor, Fisheries Department, Khulna University. And I have a couple of questions to Professor Natra about the macroalgae you mentioned your the presentation, and you said macroalgae particularly secrete hallucinated compound that inhibit the communication, the quorum sensing communication. But what about the compound secreted by microalgae that inhibit the communication among them? This is the one question. And you also mentioned that's a fine, the Nanochloropsis tetraselm is very economically important microalgae also, and it's very nice that I found in your slide, the Professor Dr. Aziz Arshad. He also, visited a couple of months ago to us. Okay, thank you. And I have another question to Professor Tengjin. So, okay, you mentioned, MSP is particularly very, sustainable thing. But how do you deal the marine litter or marine pollution, particularly agricultural runoff, the fertilizer and pesticides also? And how do you cope this problem with your, the MSP? Thank you.
I'll take the questions. Okay. You asked about compounds that are responsible for the quorum sensing inhibition activity. Yeah, so for microalgae, yeah, it's true. It's not known. Not known, and now we actually have been looking at the possibility of certain compounds that are responsible for the activity, and there are chances that a compound known as indole can be a candidate of quorum sensing inhibition, but it is still under investigation. So we're looking at that as our targeted compound, right? And compared to microalgae, we have the seaweed. For the time being, it's also the same. It's only halogenated furanones that are known. Okay. And Prof. Aziz is also my mentor.
So I think, thank you for your questions. I think your question is how to use the marine spatial planning to deal with the industry marine pollutions. Yes? Okay. Yeah. As my experience in China, every zone we have the control measures, include the indicator of the water quality and other ecological indicators. And we deploy a lot of the station along the coastal area. And every month, I think every week, or And every month we will submit the pollution report to the ministry, and we call it the real-time monitoring. And every half a year or every season, we need to make the report to this 3 months or half a year pollution. So I think in the marine spatial planning is the big function of marine spatial planning is to coordinate and balance the utilize the human activity and marine pollution. And you know, in China, we have two ministries in charge of the sea pollution and resource. One is the ME, we call it the Ministry of Environment, the ecological and environment, and another one is the Ministry of Natural Resources. The MEE responsible for all the environment issues, and the Ministry of Natural Resources responsible for all the natural, the space, the resource. So now I think two ministries have a lot of function overlap. So the marine spatial planning is very important to coordinate these two ministries. I think, marine function, as I know, marine spatial planning is very important to China to deal with the industry pollution. And even the pollution and resource belong to the two ministries. But I think the MLP is a very useful tool. Thank you.
Please raise your hand.
Assalamu alaikum. I am MD Nur Hassan Mia, Department of Marine Fisheries and Aquaculture, Bangladesh Maritime University. My question to Professor Nathra, as a university student, how can we contribute to ensure the sustainability of blue economy development at a primary stage? Though we have some limitations, can you say some business or trade names or economically important species which we can start business at a low capital?
Wait, I'm trying to understand the question. The first one is how can we sustain the blue economy?
Yeah.
How can we sustain the blue economy in the country?
We are a university students.
Okay.
We have a low capital. At a primary stage, we want research, we want business, sustainable, related with sustainable blue economy.
Okay.
How can we contribute?
All right, okay. So when speaking about blue economy, I can see there are many parties that are involved. All right. So you are a student, and I'm a professor. So we are in the university, and other than university, we have other stakeholders. Okay, we have the industry, the farmers. We also have the regulators, who are the policy makers. We also have who else? We also have the community. I think the first step at every level is to think about the bigger picture, okay, of what you want to do. Because just now you also asked about what are the species that you want to, if you want to focus to certain aquaculture species, what kind of species that you should start with, correct? It depends on the main species. It can be also the local species that are very important in your country, because I can see in Bangladesh you have Hilsa, and I have actually a PhD student with me from Bangladesh. She keep urging me to, to try to taste the hilsa. So I have to go to the restaurant. So I think it's one good candidate for you to focus on. And then tilapia, the catfish, that is among the species that you can work, but not to forget other local species, your native species. You have to protect them, okay? And it's again about, making people aware that such native species exist. For example, in our country, we have, macrobrachium. I think macrobrachium is also part of important species in Bangladesh, something like that, okay? They are not in other countries, but are native species in our country, okay? Then, think about the bigger picture, focus, all right? And then start to, when deciding on a plan, okay, start to work slowly but surely where you can complement yourself, okay, and then later the other stakeholders that I've mentioned before. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you for your such a grateful answer.
Okay. May I ask the question? Okay, thank you. I am Dr. Mohan Kumar Das, Executive Director of National Oceanographic and Maritime Institute. My question is to Dr. Tania Kapiwano. So it is a very fantastic presentation in terms of the program modeling, numerical modeling. So you are here for 2 years. So you have seen that more than 5-7 universities teaching oceanography, but there is very rarely students are not doing research on the physical modeling. So is this because of the syllabus issues or others? Have you seen those things? Only maybe last 2 years back, only one student combinedly doing research and he finished the thesis works, but not published his research work. And recently, after maybe long year back, Chittagong University has started the numerical modeling. So what is your opinion to improve our academic system to involve the students to the physical modeling? At least 2 female students, 2 male students should be involved in the physical numerical modeling each year. I think our university professionals and high-ranking policymakers can think on that.
Okay, thank you so much, Mohan. We also work together and co-supervise some students in meteorology department. So yeah, as you identified, the main problem is the lack of foundational courses at the beginning of the syllabus. You know, personally, I love all science, and all science is important, but oceanography is about physics of the water. So you need much more maths, much more mathematical analysis, much more calculus, and much more pure physics at the first year in all the departments of oceanography to really form and, make them hard on the pure science. Then you can do all the interactions with biology, with chemistry, with pollution, ecotoxicology, and offshore engineering, and all the other applications of oceanographic studies. But we need to focus more on maths and physics, and also on programming. But programming goes just the second or third year. We cannot ask a first-year fresher students to already be programming in any language, in numerical. But physics and maths are very important, otherwise they cannot understand the processes. It's useless to use a model and just click play if you don't know what's happening inside, and you cannot interpret the results, okay, afterwards. So this can be useful only if you know what is happening and you can really understand the processes. And so I think more maths, more physics, a little bit less biology, botany. I know that everybody is so much oriented on fisheries and aquaculture, but if you don't understand the processes that are happening in the ocean and in the water, you cannot understand what's the impact on the fisheries and what's the impact for port management, for port development, for offshore engineering, offshore mining of any resource. So we need to really focus on the basic processes before going to more applied studies. Thank you for your question.
I think we have time for just one more question.
Assalamualaikum. I'm Tasin Tahin Prokriti. I'm currently studying in Department of Port and Shipping Management.
Excuse me, we have another question from here. Sir, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. Myself is Professor Dr. M. A. Mutin. Me from Tripoli Department, actually, CHUET, Chittagong University of Engineering and Technology. Thank you inviting me to join this great event. I have just to know about the sustainable development of Bangladesh. Maybe all of three plenary professors are related with this question. So actually I have three main questions. First one goes to Professor Dr. Tang Jing about the renewable energy opportunity near shore or offshore, especially the wind and also photovoltaic, as well as we have tidal and wave energy for our sustainable development regarding we have lack of energy actually. Second question goes to Professor Natra from Malaysia about fishing and the mining opportunity. As we know, we have very large amount of gases in our near shores. We need it actually for our sustainable development, and might be we have oil as well. And the third question goes to Dr. Tanya about the hydro and thermodynamic relation for forecasting any disaster to our coastal area as well as Bangladesh. And thank you very much.
So we are running short of time, so please be precise when you answer the question. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Thank you for your question. Yes, usually in every marine spatial planning, we set up the renewable energy zones. I think before we set up the zones, we need to do the investigation and the survey for where we can delimit the renewable energy zones. And for the Bangladesh, I think there are abundant of the wind energy and maybe the tidal energy in the coastal area. So last time when I do the survey along the coast, I see some offshore wind farm. I think in the future we can do some in-depth research on the. I think the wave energy and the tidal energy is more costly. I think the wind energy, the offshore wind, is more economy for our developed the blue economy. Yes, that is.
Right. So you asked about fishing and mining. Okay. I'm not actually the expert on that, but what I can see about fishing is, with climate change, with pollution, there's definitely a need to have like more regulation in terms of fishing activities, and also we also need to promote like community-based efforts to a more environmental friendly or ecosystem-based system involving nature-based solution, mangrove, seaweed, seagrass, all together. And about mining, I would say for definitely in terms of mining, it involves environment, okay? So making sure that activities involving mining, it has to be with a stronger environmental impact assessment, EIA, because every mining activities in Malaysia, we are being relegated by the environmental ministries. I just can comment on that. That is only my comment. Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. So the hydro and thermodynamics of this kind of model and any regional model could be used for forecasting when you use the model in a data simulation mode. Okay, such a model will need to assimilate in situ data, which Croco can do very easily, either from buoys, either from meteorological station, or from coastal radars, if you have data, from any floats, okay? So obviously, for doing the forecast, such a model needs near real-time, or even better, real-time data to really give you some prediction over 3, 4, 5 days. This is what they do, for example, in India. So this kind of model can be only the numerical base in which you can integrate all this data and run it for the forecast. Right now, I ran it with my students in INCAS, meaning in the past, to look how good in comparison to observation that we have from satellite, it works. But it can also do the forecast. Okay, so it's only about assimilating in situ observation, which not only has to come from a big vessel, oceanographic vessel, because that gives you a punctual, only one-time observation, right? We need long-term, continuous observation. These are from coastal high-frequency radars, these are buoys, these are meteorological, oceanographic stations. So this is a bit more of an investment, but it's the most useful things for monitoring and forecasting. Thank you so much again.
Thank you, dear audience. We are already running short of time. Last question, please. Okay.
Okay.
Assalamualaikum. I'm Tasin Tahed Prokriti. Can I ask my question?
Please,
now?
go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm currently studying in Department of Port and Shipping Management. My question is about the marine spatial planning. Energy production is necessary to ensure reliable, efficient power supplied directly where it's needed, reducing transmission losses. So my question is, when implementing MSP in Bangladesh, what spatial and regulatory strategies can be implemented through marine spatial planning in Bangladesh to optimize site selection for offshore wind and tidal energy projects while ensuring minimal disruption to marine ecosystems and traditional fishing zones? Thank you so much.
Oh, okay, thank you for your question. I understand your last question, but can you repeat the first question?
The first question was actually the background. My main question is, what can I do to optimize site selection for offshore wind and tidal energy projects while ensuring minimal disruptions to marine ecosystems?
Oh, yes, okay, thank you. Yes, when we select the site for develop the offshore wind farm or other industry, we need to according to the functional zones. You must select the site inside of the functional zones. But how can we delimit the zones for the marine functional zoning? We need to get some data and do some, we call it the comprehensive evaluation. We use some indicators to select the area, can lay out the industry or wind farm and or other industries. Yes, how can balance the ecosystem when we select the site? Before we lay out the industry, we need to do the EIA. And during the construction, we need to do the monitoring, the real-time monitoring. And after the construction, we must give the evaluation of the project, how costs of the eco service value, and make how much economic value, and we need to compare and to evaluate this project is a benefit for the society or not. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor.
Thank you, dear audience, for your active participation. With this question, that brings the end of today's plenary session. I would like to thank all the speakers for sharing their valuable insights. And I thank all the audience for their active participation. So in a nutshell, I can say today's plenary session was very much successful. At least we have learned there is an AI for MSP development. And from Dr. Natra, we learned that microalgae from sweet water and marine water can be used for aquaculture. And we also learned a new word, extractive aquaculture, right? So, and Dr. Tonia, she also mentioned one software, Croco. It's open source, right? So student can use that. So that was very much useful for the students and for the researchers. So I hope you found this plenary session very informative and engaging. So I thank all the participants, the audience, and all the speakers. Thank you so much for your participation. Thank you all.
With the conclusion of this insightful plenary session, we extend our heartfelt gratitude. Your words have truly set the tone for the rest of our program.
Ladies and gentlemen, in just a few moments, we will be commencing parallel technical sessions focusing on 3 distinct sub-themes. In the central auditorium second floor, our session will be on blue economy sectors under the esteemed chairmanship of Captain Qazi Ali Imam from the Department of Port and Shipping Management, Bangladesh Maritime University. Captain Qazi Ali Imam is a distinguished expert and serving as Head of Department of Port and Shipping Management, Bangladesh Maritime University. Captain Imam is a Fellow of the Nautical Institute of the United Kingdom and the founding chairman of the Nautical Institute Bangladesh branch. In recognition of his lifelong service of over 50 years to maritime education and the shipping sector, he received the Maritime Excellence Award in 2022. Meanwhile, in the conference room of the 5th floor, our session will be directed towards ocean governance with Professor Dr. Muhammad Abdul Wahab from the Department of Marine Fisheries and Aquaculture, Bangladesh Maritime University, guiding the discussion as our session chair. Before joining at Bangladesh Maritime University, Professor Wahab served Bangladesh Agricultural University for over 3 decades and later as Chief of Party at the World Fish Bangladesh. He is an expert in fisheries and aquaculture with a notable focus on Hilsha research.
Simultaneously, another parallel technical session awaits you in the Grand Convention Hall on the 1st floor, exploring the sub-theme of ocean science and engineering. Professor Dr. Mohammad Sadiq Al-Bari, who heads the Department of Naval Architecture and Offshore Engineering, Bangladesh Maritime University, will be in charge of this session. Dr. Mohammad Sadiq Al-Bari is a distinguished naval architect with over 40 years' experience in academia, research, and maritime industry. He also served as a visiting research fellow at Yokohama National University, Japan, contributing notably to naval architecture and marine engineering. Dear audience, we invite you to join any of the 3 sessions that intrigue you the most. Attention students, please proceed to your respective conference rooms and take your seats. The parallel technical sessions are about to begin. Kindly maintain the discipline and ensure you are seated on time. Ladies and gentlemen, following the parallel technical session, we extend a warm invitation for you to join us for lunch in the Grand Convention Hall, 1st floor. The prayer arrangements are made available at the lobby, 1st floor. And the lunch break is scheduled from 1400 to 1455 hours. We kindly request your presence for the concluding session in this auditorium right after the lunch break.
Respected students, please stay within this auditorium. We have a technical session here as well, so those who are interested, please stay in the auditorium. We are going to have a session here as well. In the central auditorium, our session will be on blue economy sectors under the esteemed chairmanship of Captain Qazi Ali Imam from the Department of Port and Shipping Management, Bangladesh Maritime University.
We have a technical session here. Please don't go outside. Students, please sit down. And we have a technical session for blue economy sectors. We have three distinguished speakers. Dr. Mohammad Yamin Hossain from Russian University, Dr. Mohammad Mujibur Rahman from UNDP, and Dr. Mohammad Saiful Islam from Maritime University. Please come on stage.
Dear audience, would you kindly take your seat, please? We are running short of already time. We are already behind our schedule. Please take your seat so that you can start immediately without loss of time, please. Thank you, boss. Okay, I think we should start now without any further delay. Good afternoon and a very warm welcome to all these important people in this international seminar on blue economy, unlocking the potentials of the ocean for sustainable development of Bangladesh. Today's session holds particular significance as it brings together academia experts, policymakers, stakeholders, and practitioners to shed light on the key aspects of marine resource management, suitable aquaculture, and the socio-economic dynamics of coastal communities. Our vast ocean holds immense potential, not just for food security and livelihood, but also for sustainable economic growth. Today, we have gathered to explore how Bangladesh, with its vast marine resources, can harness this potential, maintaining the ecosystem responsibly. We are privileged to have three esteemed speakers today to share their expertise on critical aspects of the blue economy. I'll just take their name. Professor Dr. Mohammad Yamin Hossain. He will discuss transboundary fisheries management and strategic ban periods, an issue that calls for regional collaboration and scientific policy making. Next speaker, Dr. Mohammad Mujibur Rahman. He will speak on mud crab fisheries in Bangladesh, status, technological innovation, industry development, needs for mud crab agriculture for sustainable management. And our last speaker, Muhammad Saiful Islam, he will examine, do coastal communities in small islands really depend on tourism for livelihood? Industry development, as also evidence from St. Martin's Island, Bangladesh. Each of these topics touches upon different yet interconnected domain of blue economy. And I believe today's discussion will provide valuable insights for sustainable development in the Bay of Bengal region. Ladies and gentlemen, let me now tell you the rules of the business today before we proceed further. We have 60 minutes to conduct the whole session, including 3 presentation, question answer session, and time for the chair. Each speaker will have 10 minutes to complete their presentation. As the chair, I will notify when you have 2 minutes left by raising my hand or 2 fingers or by word of mouth. And if you exceed the time, I'm afraid I may have to interfere and stop. After all presentations over, there will be a question and session for 15 to 20 minutes, depends on the time. Please note down your questions so that you can raise it when you are asked. Dear participants, when you have a question, please make it precise and relevant. You need to raise your hand, introduce yourself, the name of the speaker you wish to answer your questions. I encourage everyone to actively participate in the question and answer session. Thoughtful questions and discussion will make this session more enriching and bring success. After the session, we'll have a concluding remarks. So without further ado, I'll now go into the presentation. Before I go into the presentation, let me introduce the first speaker. He is Dr. Hossain. He's Professor of Fisheries Management at the Department of Fisheries, University of Rajshahi, where he has been serving since 2006. Over the years, he has actively collaborated on various research projects with scholars from Bangladesh, Asia, Europe, Africa, and USA. Dr. Hossain has an outstanding academic record with over 260 journals publications, more than 170 of which has been published in impact factor journals. He received prestigious TWAS Young Scientist Award in 2015 and also an award for his exceptional presentation in the International Science Congress in Bhutan in 2017. He's also an editor and editorial board member of several international journals in the field of fisheries. So Dr. Yamin Hossain has many other credentials in his name. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome, he's already on the dais. Sir, the floor is yours. You have got 10 minutes to complete a paper. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chair, distinguished scientists, faculty members, scientists, students, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, very good afternoon. This is Muhammad Yamin Hossain. Actually, I would like to present today's paper on behalf of my co-authors, co-researchers from the University of Rajshahi and also from the University of Sher-e-Bangla Agriculture University. Today is actually the main theme is the blue economy. The coastal and marine fisheries is the main component of blue economy. And Bangladesh, and also the key tool to achieve the sustainable goals. You know, the entire shelf area of Bangladesh covers around 700 square kilometers. And good things, the marine fisheries production contributes around 14% to the national fish production. About 440 fish species we noted during our study, and about 36 species shrimps were also found in Bangladeshi waters. There are 100 important species which are actually contributing about 82 to 87% of the total demersal exploitation in Bangladesh. The main things today, you know, that there was 65 fishing ban period before, and if you look the last sentence, the imposed ban period is different in different countries. If you look India, Myanmar, and Bangladesh, but all the fishers from India, Bangladesh, and Myanmar are harvesting, that means the catching fish from the same habitat. So what actually happened due to the different fishing ban period? So if you look, during those days when the 65 ban period, our daily newspaper was forecasting or published such type of things. Bangladesh bans sea fishing for all, affecting 500,000 of people. And fishing ban in Bangladesh is a bilateral issue. This is the happened. Actually, the Indians fishers and the Myanmar fishers, they are most benefited, even though the ban period in India, but they easily came to the Bangladesh side, they catch the fish from the Bangladesh side. The similar things were also done by the Myanmar fishers. So this type of things happened during the 65 days ban period before. So for that one, 2019, we had started our one big project funded by the World Bank. So our big question was could there be different fishing ban period in the same habitat, that means the Bay of Bengal? So for the clarification of that question, we followed that specific objectives. We estimate the size at sexual maturity, a number of fishes, to estimate the spawning and peak spawning season, which actually is important for the imposing of ban period. And we also identify the natural and man-made cause, which is a directly effect for the declining of the fishes in the Bay of Bengal. And finally, our study actually gave the policy management in the Bay of Bengal. So in our case, from that funded, World Bank funded, we had 4 landing site, a research office and a research laboratory. So we collect the samples from the commercial fishers every day, and also our hired fishing vessels. So we studied very deeply, covering with whole Bay of Bengal from 2019 to 2022. So this is actually the pectoral views from our research. And then we followed several models to estimate the size at sexual maturity. As you know, that this size is actually very important for selection of mesh size of the nets. And another method we also followed, that means we use the multi-models. And these things, actually, the spawning and peak spawning season was the very important things. So from our findings, our research, we noted 740 species. And this is the figures for, that means indicates the size at sexual maturity. A number of fishes, we include this analysis. And if you look, we have already published a paper from a big journal, Environmental Science and Pollution Research. The last column is the size at sexual maturity. And this figure actually the key issues for the banning period. If you look 2 years data we used from our study, if you look April, May, and June is the peak spawning season, all these fishes. And histological study we also followed. And this is, if you look, the peak spawning season mostly from May, April, June. And this is the clear shows the April, May, and June. And we also used another data produced by the Marine Science, Chittagong, and also the Department of Fisheries and the BFRI and other universities. So after that, all the data we included from the big, that means the number of species, around 222 species, we found April, May, and June will be the peak season of most of the fishes in the Bay of Bengal. So after that, we followed the environmental some issues, and this is the cause, actually, the declining of the fishes, the illegal fishing gear, even though sometimes poisonous things are also used in the Bay of Bengal. And this is the management studies used just simply the length frequency distributions. This is the LM, that means the juvenile, this is totally not allowed. And after LM, you can harvest if it is abundant. But if it's in danger or critically in danger, you cannot harvest. But after LOPT means the length that reaches the maximum biomass. So at that stage, after LOPT, fishers can harvest fishes throughout the year, except peak spawning season. So this is actually, from our result, we, 2002, we suggested the ban period should be the mid-April to mid-June. So recently, Bangladesh government, so after that, several newspapers followed our findings, published this is actually from our research. So Bangladesh government last month, they established this law. The banning period should be from mid-April to mid-11th June. That means the mid-June. So this is one of our biggest success from our research. So thank you very much for the Bangladesh government, especially the Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock. They followed our research. So this is actually from the findings, and after that, the newspapers they published the things. This is our deep. That means during our project, we followed these things. And the good things from our project, this research, we published more than 20 publications through big journals, like Impact Factor more than 5 or more, like the Journal of Environmental Science or Pollution Research, Helion, etc. So this is our publications. And finally, conclusion recommendations. Actually, in the text, there you find 450 pieces available in the Bay of Bengal. But from our research, we noted total, even the individual research, we included 740 species actually noted from the Bay of Bengal. And this paper already published. And the mesh size, especially the fishing nets, must be followed the mesh size where the fish with the LM, that means the size of sexual maturity, will be escaped. Otherwise, the stock will be declined, no doubt. And adjusted ban period should be strictly followed by the Bangladeshi, Indian, and Myanmar fishers. Then our resource in the Bay of Bengal will be sustained. Otherwise, if we will not follow this strictly, our resource will be, hampered mostly, because Indian fishers and Myanmar fishers, they can harvest, even though our banning period in our side, or the Indian or the Myanmar side. So we'll suggest the fishing ban period should be strict followed. Thank you, sir. And especially the nets, poisonous things and the behandi nets should be strictly banned. And Bangladesh government should transboundary management action plan with India and Myanmar government should take a step. So that's all from my side. Thank you. This is the pictorial views from our research. So thank you very much. Bangladesh Agriculture Research Council, they actually gave our funds for the big research conducted last 4 years. So thank you for the patience. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
We have leaflet. If you need, then we can provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Yamin, Professor Yamin, for your insightful presentation. Now I will call upon our second speaker, Dr. Muhammad Mujibur Rahman, to present his paper. Just before that, I'll give a little introduction. Dr. Mujibur Rahman has over 15 years of diverse experience in climate change coordination, fisheries management, sustainable livelihood, and disaster management. Currently, he is serving as District Climate Change Coordinator for the United Nations Development Program. He excels in fostering collaboration among UN and other agencies on climate finance and adaptive livelihood solution. His expertise also spans freelance consultation for livelihood training, capacity building, and policy recommendations in fisheries and climate resilient intervention. Dr. Mujibur Rahman has actively contributed to global fisheries in agricultural forums and also in international conferences in USA, Philippines, Singapore, China, presenting impactful research and earning prestigious recognition. He has many other credentials and expertise in the field. I'll not request Mujibur Rahman to present his paper. Sir, you also have 10 minutes. I might give you 2 minutes grace if required. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Assalamu alaikum. Today's international seminar on blue economy, honorable chair, special guests, and the audience, assalamu alaikum. My presentation is about the potentiality of mud crab industry in Bangladesh, along with existing challenges and possible actions. First of all, we can see the introduction of mud crab fishery in Bangladesh. Bangladesh crab fishery have been evolved with huge potentiality of capture fisheries primarily, then aquaculture and trade. Wild stock has been exploited for several years now. Crab fishery is still promising and has immense potential for economic development and boosting coastal aquaculture as well as the blue economy. Soft-shell crab production is found to be more profitable than other culture systems. Bangladesh ranks 5th in crab production among non-OECD countries. Overall, the coastal landscapes and Sundarban mangrove forest ensure abundance, availability, and wide distribution of mud crabs. We can see some of the history of the mud crabs in Bangladesh. Mud crab capture fisheries. Commercial exploitation or export of mud crab started almost 50 years ago in 1978. Sundarban mangrove forest and associated coastal bodies are the major source of Bangladeshi crabs. Exports solely based on harvesting of the wild stocks. Every year, Bangladesh exported about 13,000 tons of hard-shell crab and earned approximately $65 million. Over the last 10 years, mud crab production increased by 65% growth. About 5 lakh people are directly and indirectly involved in the mud crab fishery in the coastal region. History of the mud crab aquaculture. Farming mud crabs is primarily entailing the fattening started since mid-1990s. Then various forms of mud crab culture system gained popularity in 2000, especially after the disease outbreak in shrimp culture. Currently, crab are being produced in 27,000 hectares of coastal aquaculture. There are mainly 2 different forms of crab aquaculture practicing in Bangladesh. Primarily the hard-shell crab production that includes fattening, grow-out crab culture, and crab culture in shrimp gear. Secondly, the soft-shell crab productions. History of the mud crab business. Bangladeshi crab produced are mostly exported to China for the hard-shell crabs, followed by the Australia and Japan for soft-shell crabs. Crab marketing channels involves numerous intermediaries. For marketing of mud crab marketing system, there is one export market in Dhaka, and there are 30 assembling markets over all the coastal areas. Mud crab value chain is long and very complex due to the vague pricing and inadequate market system. Bangladesh can supply almost 50 to 60% of its demand into international markets. We can see some of the culture system in Bangladesh, and Bangladesh stands for 5th position among non-OECD country for crab production from aquaculture. Now we can learn the potentiality of the mud crab industry in Bangladesh. Bangladesh belongs to major important species of mud crabs. Among the 4 species internationally recognized, among them 2 major species belongs to Bangladesh. One is Shyla olivaceae and another one is Shyla serrata. Shyla olivaceae is the major, that is more than 80%. Huge wild resources in Bangladesh, Sundarban mangrove forest, associated rivers, canals, and tributaries are the major source of crab in Bangladesh. Additionally, Sundarban mangrove forest plays a vital role for crab feeding, breeding, and as a nursery ground. Scope for hard-shell crab aquaculture. I already said that 27,000 hectare land are already used for crab culture. Additionally, 7,80,000 hectare brackish water are suitable for crab aquaculture. Crab have high tolerance of environmental factor, especially to the salinity and temperature that is increasing in the coastal areas due to the climate change. Crabs are the fittest candidate now and gaining popularity among the coastal communities. It has possibility for year-round production in all types of brachywater ponds and gears. Crab offers mainly simple, short, and diversified culture system, as well as alternative livelihood and resilient livelihood to the coastal aquaculture, coastal communities. Scope for soft-shell crab production, there are 350 soft-shell farms already established in the coastal areas. It has a high commercial investment, industry development and expansion, crab having great export potential and earning foreign currency. There are 3 to 4 processing plants established targeting for exporting soft-shell crabs. Soft-shell crabs in international markets, soft-shell crabs have high demand and premium price with various value addition system. Scope for marketing and as well as the exporting. It has established marketing system and involved numerous value chain actors. All assembling markets have already their own registration and crab business owners associations. Mud crab marketing system possesses various transportation systems in all different routes, especially from the coastal area to Dhaka and labor facilities. Mud crab, soft-shell crab has high demand and price in local and international markets. Have export potential for value addition on crab products as well as like crab meat, ready to cook crabs and canned crabs. Potential international markets for Bangladeshi crab can be explored to EU markets as well. You can see the value chain of the mud crab system in Bangladesh. For marketing areas, China is the prime and foremost markets for Bangladeshi hard-shell crabs, followed by Australia has the steady market for soft-shell crabs of Bangladesh. Scope for research and development and innovation. There are lots of opportunities for aqua silviculture with mud crabs, recycling of crab waste shells from the soft-shell crab production, establishment of crab hatcheries, nature-based mud crab hatchery experiment, small-scale crab hatcheries can be also explored, research and nursery techniques, integrated crab learning centers, best management practices for all crab aquaculture systems. There are lots of potential along with some issues, problems and challenges that mud crab fisheries are facing right now. The fisheries is completely dependent on the wild stocks. Indiscriminate and excessive harvesting of natural resource since it started in 1978. Lack of technical expertise, trainings and extension services, especially for the aquaculture. Lack of population data of existing stocks in the wild, whether it is overfished or not. Lack of proper handling and storage facilities as well as the transportation system. Inadequate data on production, marketing price and demand and exported volume and price. Lack of appropriate and sustainable policies and regulations and law enforcement. We can also found that there are huge coordination gap among the development agencies and stakeholders. Interministerial conflict is also present on possession of the mud crab species and its fishery management. Industry is solely export-based to other countries and no domestic, little or very domestic consumption. Commercial crab seed production or hatchery seed production is lacking, hence the limit the expansion of the industry. Lack of commercial feed for crab culture, rely only trash fish. In case of conservation and management of the wild resources, only a limited number of regulation and policies are initiated. Limited practice on brood stock management, larval rearing, and nursery practice. For crab health management and disease management, crab farmers rarely practice any measures to prevent and control disease. We can conclude the fishery sector in this way that the fishery may be mainstreamed for its potential to economic development, especially women empowerment and employment generation. Crab farming is boosting coastal aquaculture as a replacement for shrimp farming. The mud crab industry will continue to develop with the advanced technologies that is practiced in other countries. Economic and market incentives are strong, especially for the soft-shell crab production. The industry should have a reliable source for juveniles for farming. Currently the reduction of catch in the wild is often associated with the environmental degradation and overfishing that due to it has started long ago. Above all the discussion, we can point out some possible actions or key approach and strategies. That is rightly identification of the crab breeding season, development of hatchery technologies in different forms, comprehensive assessment of wild stock, improvement of storage facilities and transportation system, establishment of sanctuaries or mud crab protected areas, zonation of coastal landscapes for sustainable coastal farming, crab farming, mapping crab stakeholders with responsibilities and accountability, dissemination of various improved culture techniques through training, review of culture policies and regulations and amendment them accordingly, formulation of national mud crab fishery guidelines, including ministry involvement, and also initiative some R&D initiatives. That's all from my presentation on mud crab industry development in Bangladesh. Thank you.
Thank you very much for finishing it much within the time. You get a appreciation for that. Thank you. And thank you for a very comprehensive research paper presentation. Now I'll call upon the third speaker, Dr. Saiful Islam, to present his paper. Before that, also give a short introduction. He has done his BB and MBA in tourism from University of Dhaka. He received Dean's Honor Award and Dean's Merit Award for his outstanding result in MBA. Probably he stood first class fast. Dr. Saiful Islam received a PhD in tourism from University of Otago, New Zealand, and also he had a prestigious scholarship of Otago Doctoral Scholarship. He undertook several research projects for various international organizations, including ILO, IUCN, and ICI-MOD, that is the International Center for Integrated Mountain Development, OIC, and Turkish Development Bank. He has published 9 peer-reviewed journals, articles, and presented papers in many international conferences, both at home and abroad. He has publication in A-star ranked journals, including the Journal of Sustainable Tourism and Tourism Planning and Development. Currently, Dr. Muhammad Saiful Islam working as assistant professor and head of department of Maritime Tourism and Hospitality Management in Bangladesh Maritime University. Dr. Saiful Islam, please go ahead with your paper. You also have 10 minutes, maybe 2 minutes if time permits. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I would like to thank you for introducing me very nicely. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to everyone. So I'm going to start my presentation right away. So today I'm going to talk about the dependence of island communities for their livelihoods on tourism. And I will explore St. Martin's Island as a case study to explore the dependence and struggles of the community members. So I will be covering the theoretical background, the relation between blue economy and tourism, and then I will talk about context, the St. Martin's Island, then the objectives and methods, and then findings and discussions. So the relation between blue economy and tourism. Blue economy, the tourism is one of the major components of blue economy, and it effectively drives economic growth, creates employment, and it also promotes sustainable resource management, particularly in fragile coastal and island ecosystem, and it also promotes conservation. So tourism actually promotes conservation of nature rather than destructing. And data says that globally, tourism is the #1 or the largest contributor to the blue economy. Around the world, it's already the largest, and by 2030, it will be 26% of total revenue from blue economy around the world. If you look at Europe, 33%, or 1/3 of whatever we earn from the ocean, tourism is that sector that earns 33%. And it is not surprising that in Bangladesh, tourism is the #1 sector of blue economy. It contributes 25% to the blue economy of our country, followed by marine fisheries and transportation. Both are 22%, energy, 19%. These data are from World Bank in 2018, then endorsed by Asian Development Bank in 2021 and UNDP Bangladesh 2023. This is the latest data. And if we think about small islands, because I'm talking about Saint Martin's Islands, though we are not one of the seeds country, but if we think about Saint Martin's, I need to compare with seeds. So if you think about seeds, small island developing nations or states, they are, on an average, 30% of the GDP of seeds countries come from tourism. And for some other, particularly for Maldives, Seychelles, Grenada, 50% or more come from tourism, their GDP, not blue economy, overall GDP. If we look at these statistics and look at the right-hand side, last two columns, you can see the contribution of tourism to the GDP of a small island developing states. These are like GDP and employment. For example, Aruba, 98% of GDP and 99% of employment come from tourism. If we look at our neighboring country, Maldives, 66.4% of their GDP and 32% of their employment are from tourism. So these island states are highly dependent on tourism for their overall economy, not only blue economy, overall GDP. Why we are promoting tourism in coastal islands? Basically, in coastal islands, the economy depends on fishing. Traditionally, it depends on fishing, agriculture, or extraction of nature. So these all are extraction activities. So these all extractive and fishing activities are declining. So tourism was promoted as an alternative livelihood so that we don't extract fish or we don't overfish or we don't extract all natural resources we have in the ocean. So how tourism was promoted worldwide because it contributes to effectively reduce the dependence on declining marine resource. It also diversifies the economy, and it successfully and effectively protect the fragile small island or coastal ecosystems. So now if we think about Saint Martin's Island, we give some context. So Saint Martin's Island is a union in Teknaf Upazila of Cox's Bazar district. It's a very small island, and this is the only coral island, as we know, of our country. So this is very special for us. And the population census 2022 says the total population, the local community number of local community members are 8,492. And out of this, female are 4,001 and male are 4,491. And if you think about literacy in 2022, 58% of the people of island are educated or literate, and male, if we compare between male and female, 69% of male and 45% of female are literate. And their main economic activities are fishing. This is not deep sea fishing, artisanal fishing, you know. And also fish-based economy, dry fish industry, and then tourism. This is very beautiful island, and this is some attractions. If you look at the photos, I think many of you know about St. Martin's Island very well. So what is the objective of my study? This is an academic study. So the objective is very specific. I wanted to explore whether and how the St. Martin's local community depend on tourism for their livelihoods and associated struggles and frustrations and challenges. And method, I took a qualitative research approach. In our field of social science, we use qualitative research often. And I did key informant interviews of local community members, and data was analyzed using a thematic coding and analysis, which is manually done. Findings. So as I mentioned that the data was grouped together thematically, there were 3 themes identified in that study. Dependence on tourism, struggles and frustrations, and competition with others. These are 3 themes I'm going to explain now. So these are some quotes from the participants of the study. So how do they depend on tourism for their livelihoods? One participant, his name is Haidar. He is a homestay owner, so a small homestay, it's not a hotel. It's a community member. So he says, 30 years ago, when there was no tourism in St. Martin's, People were fishermen and farmers. There was no other business. But as tourists gradually increased, many people turned away from fishing and turned toward tourism. Now, majority of St. Martin's population is involved in tourism, and in one way or another. Ali, he is a dry fish seller. He says, whatever business we do here, it's mostly targeted at tourists. We produce dried fish here mainly to sell to tourists. But if we produce a large quantity, we sell the extra in Chattogram. And then Sohel, a tea stall owner, he says, we invested in tourism with whatever we had. How will go back from this? That means whatever he had, he invested in tourism. He has no other option, other way to go away from tourism and to start something new. He has spent his all resource to tourism. And another young man called Harun, he's a bike driver. So it's not a biker, he's a bike driver. He has a bike, motorbike. When tourists come to their island, he takes tourists and give him a ride around the island for money. He said, I have no other source of income here. I can't even work as a fisherman. I'm a student. I earn by driving bikes during tourist season, and during off-season, I go to college. So this is how they are dependent on tourism for their livelihood. So you can see one photo of the community people. They are having small tea store or souvenir shop on the beach. So this is how they are earning their bread and butter. But struggles, what are the struggles? Abdul Rahman, he's a small restaurant owner. He's saying that previously the tourist season lasted for 5 to 6 months. So we used to earn during those 5 to 6 months and survive the next 6 to 7 months from that income. But now the tourist season has been reduced to 2 months, and the number of tourists is also limited to 2,000 tourists or people. Now we don't know how we will survive. And then Abdul Qadir, he's a souvenir shop owner. He says, with just 2 months of tourism, we will have to go without food for the remaining 10 months. We can't even think about where we will go, what we will eat, and what we will do. And then the third theme is competition with others. The thing is that the majority, like Munna, he's a tea stall owner, he said, the majority of tourism businessmen are outsiders. Almost all the resorts owners here are from Dhaka, the people from Dhaka. Also, the ship owners are also from Dhaka. And then Haidar, he's another homestay owner. He says 30% of tourism business is handled by locals of St. Martin's Island, and 70% are in the hands of outsiders. But he says also, though it's beneficial for us, the outsiders are profiting more. And also one more interesting thing is that outsiders are building beach view resort, which is more attractive, and they don't have, the local community member, they don't have that much money to invest in big resorts or attractive resorts, so they have some small homestay where they often do not receive tourists. See, these are some photos of beach view resorts by outsiders. Look at that beach view resorts. These are all run and owned by outsiders. So they are basically doing these things. So one cook, he is a chef or cook in a restaurant, his name is Saddam. He says, most of the tourism revenues go into the pockets of outsiders. We locals can earn only from driving auto rickshaws, working in small restaurants and tea stalls, selling dry fish and souvenirs. So discussion, I will take just 1 more minute, sir. Seasonality and policy changes. So now I would try to link my findings with the theory in my discussion. So we have found that in St. Martin's, tourism is not open round the year. Only 6 months is allowed for tourism. This is seasonality, so this is a challenge. On top of that seasonality, this year, within these 6 months, tourism was only allowed for 2 months, December and January, by the government, considering the fragile ecosystem of the island. So this is another challenge for the community members who are involved or dependent on tourism, as we have already seen what they have said in the findings in their direct quotes. Livelihood insecurity. So they mentioned several times that they are unsure of their future. Their livelihood are at stake. Their future is uncertain, and they are in deep frustration. We call this phenomenon livelihood insecurity. So they are facing livelihood insecurity and economic leakage. In the findings, we have found that the majority of the hotel owners and also the skilled employees, they are not local. They are brought from outside of the island. Also, the majority of the revenue is flowing back to the island, to the investors from outside. Conclusion, so based on this empirical evidence, we need to, the policymakers and researchers, and probably our university can, we need to help the government to make some strategy that maximize the community's benefit from the tourism, minimize leakage, economic leakage, that is, the more the benefit is going to the outsiders, so we need to minimize it. Given that, number third is very important, ensuring the conservation of the nature, because we have only one St. Martin's, and we don't want to lose it. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you for your thought-provoking and well-researched presentation, Dr. Saiful Islam. Okay, gentlemen, this is the end of our session. Speakers have completed their papers. Now we'll have the question and answer session. The floor is open. So I've already told you, please raise your question, make it precise and very relevant to the presentation. And now, please, put up your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all the three speakers. My question will go to the Yamin Hussain, basically. Thank you for your research paper. My PhD paper goes connected with this, so that's why I'm raising the discussion. First of all, when there were 65 days ban, so there was research. So my first question would be, what went wrong in that research? Number two is, in our sea area, June and July is the rough season. And most of the time, during that season, fishermen cannot fish because of the rough season. And that 65 days was from May 15 to July 15 or 16 or 11. 22, right? Total 65 days. So that covers also the rough season. It covers their hard time, and also they don't have the livelihood. So now, in your proposition, which is already promulgated, is from April to 11 June. The moment finishes, the rough season starts. So basically, it becomes now 4 months for many, most of the time. Apart from that, we have more ban. In October, 22 days for the Hilsha ban. And we have Jhatka protection for some days. So there are a lot of bans. And also, there are marine protected area and marine reserve, though it's not fully implemented. So now the question goes again, third one. How you have considered...
I'd appreciate, please ask one or two questions, because too many questions from...
I got the point.
I know.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Sir,
because I said this will raise the
point.
discussion. Now, I'm talking about the livelihood.
Okay.
Livelihood of their, the fishermen. Yeah. And in one hand, the tourism is one of the alternative. Now, the tourism also having problem in St. Martin. So how they are going to live? Thank you very much.
Okay, sir, thank you very much for the good questions. The first one, actually, we worked for a long time since 2008. That means 2008. We started working in the marine, in the Bay of Bengal. That 65 days ban period actually implemented by the Department of Fisheries. We found actually there is no research. And even though the Indian side, we did not find any concrete or research on these issues. We actually did not know what actually the base for the implementation or for the imposing of 65 days banning period at the time. But problem, actually what is our mission in the Bay of Bengal? For the sustainable management or to sustain the aquatic resources in the Bay of Bengal. So if so, then we should do some things that means effectively used for the conservation of the aquatic resources in the Bay of Bengal. So this is not our own research only. We included data from the Marine Science Institute, Chittagong, VFRI, DOB, and individual scientists from DU, BAU, Khulna. So around 222 species covered. Actually, the banning period should be the main peak spawning season. So main peak spawning season is the April to June. Most of the fishes, not all. So mid-April and mid-June, it will be the actually effective time for the conservation of the resource. And one thing I would like to share, before, that means the fishers, those are involving fishing nowadays, their grandfather used to catch the fish throughout the year, but their father, they only catch the fish only 6 months. But in his or in her case, that is the current fishers, they can only catch the fish 3 to 4 months from the Bay of Bengal. Now Bay of the Bengal, real things, there is no fish. If you don't go to the strict law or strict enforcement, our resource will totally disappear after 10 years or 20 years. So that's why now the government imposed days from mid-April to mid-June. I think it will be very effectively to conserve the aquatic resources one. And another issue is, that in Bangladesh, total management system is very unique. You cannot find that systems in the worldwide. The marine, especially the Hilsha, used to move to the deep sea from April to May. That means for reach the maturity stages. And after reaching the maturity, they used to come again in the river for spawning from September, October, November. So October and November, 22 days is the banning period for the Ma Hilsha. And from 1st November to 30 April is the conservation period for Zatka. So that means all these systems, if we follow, our research will be conserved, our research will be sustainable, and fishers will also catch their requirement fish in future, hopefully. Thank you.
Okay, I think there was another person who was raising hand.
I'm here, sir. Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon. Sir, I am Khalid Mahmood from Bangladesh Marine Academy as Chief Education Officer. I was wondering to see a lot of data from Professor Dr. Yemen Hussain sir. However, what I have seen about the landing station of the fish, 4 landing stations you have mentioned, but significant landing stations are there, Bhola, Borishal and Noakhali. It is missing. I don't know what about that one. Another information I have seen about the Hilsha fish, we know nowadays the people are, this is beyond the capacity of the Bangladesh people. Is there any plan to increase the production? One. Another side, tuna fish. As we know, the Indian Ocean Tuna Commission is there. Is Bangladesh participating there or not? In Chittagong, sometimes we are getting that one. Please address. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for the good question once again. Actually, the last one, actually, we the university or institutes, nothing to do. But the Maritime University can initiate to catch the big tuna. Because in the university, we don't have capacity even to conduct the research. But the chief of the Navy, I am very thankful to him. He mentioned today there will be the big ship for the research. Actually, I conduct the research in the Pacific Ocean for 8 years when I was in Kagoshima in Japan. And the first one, for your first questions, Actually, the World Bank team, Martin, was also surprised how it is possible to gather this big data with this very small money. But actually, they give our only 3.5 crore taka. 3.5 lakh taka আমাদেরকে দিয়েছিল actually. And after final presentations 2022, they proposed, actually, they again arranged the presentations for that one. So we presented, and actually the World Bank team might be, they will come again to conduct the research with covering Myanmar, Bangladesh, and India. Because he mentioned 15 years they conduct the research in Australia with 300 crore dollars, US, Australian dollars. So World Bank is really much interested now because very small money spending, they can get huge data from us. You know that we have 4 students in the landing center every day. From very early morning to noon, used to collect data every day. And apart that one, we have also the hired fishing vessel. Even Navy, the BFDC, the captain or the colonel, I don't know the designation, they helped us a lot. During the banning period, the Navy ship helped us to collect the samples also. We are really grateful to the Navy. So, sir, I think that hopefully in future, there will be scope to conduct more research with combining Myanmar, India, and Bangladesh. Thank you.
Okay, can I have some question from the students, please?
Well, after, I think I want to ask 2 questions. My one question to Dr. Yamin Hussain. Firstly, I should introduce myself. My name is Ahmedul Karim Chaudhary. I worked for CPA, now I am retired. But I was an adjunct faculty of Bangladesh Maritime University from the very beginning. So my question to Dr. Yamin Hussain, that you said that adjusted the banning period for Myanmar and India. This is very important issue. I think, did you raise this agenda for the government to discuss this matter in BIMSTEC forum? The BIMSTEC is the appropriate forum to do this because Myanmar and India, Bangladesh, all are included. This is for you. And second question for Dr. Mujibur Rahman.
Please put up one question because we have others to
because
attend.
No question is going to Dr. Mujibur, that's why. The mud crab, you said, replacement of shrimp. Do you think the shrimp we can replace by the mud crab? Is it beneficial in terms of price and productivity? Either it is soft shell and mud shell.
Sir, thank you, sir, for the first questions. On 9th instant, that's the 9th April, we had another seminar at Bangladesh Agriculture Research Council. There was advisor Farida Khatun, Ministry of Fisheries and Livestock, and the secretary of that ministry was also present there. So we proposed the similar things. Please, sir, initiate the big things with Myanmar, India, and Bangladesh. And another small issue I would like to share. You know, the similar methodology, similar models should also be the for Hilsha. At Rajshahi, there is 4.7 kilometers for the side in India. Even for the 22 days banning period in our side. But Indian side, what happened? The indiscriminate killing Hilsha from small to large size. That's why in the Indian side, they don't have the bigger Hilsha size. Bigger size Hilsha. So they are discriminate killing Hilsha, but for that one, they are losing Hilsha. If the joint management approach with Myanmar, India, and Bangladesh, even for the Hilsha, Indian part will be the much benefited. Marine fisheries will be the much benefited by the Indian side. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your nice questions. Actually, the replacement for shrimp culture by the crab refers to there is no option for coastal aquaculture. Last 10 to 15 years, the shrimp culture has been abandoned almost. Every year, the farmers lost their investment. By chance, some farmer get some return. Otherwise, the coastal brackish waters are abandoned. That's why I say that the crab can be the candidate species for upcoming years for coastal aquaculture. And crab are more resilient than the shrimp due to the salinity as well as the temperature. But the lackings is that the hatchery seed production. That limits the expansion of the aquaculture. Thank you, sir.
Just a moment, I've been warned to finish the session. I'll take one more question, please.
Thank you, sir. Assalamu alaikum. I'm Khandika Shiraju Monira, student of Maritime Tourism and Hospitality Management at Bangladesh Maritime University. So my question is, San Martin is going through 10-month tourist ban right now, and it causing various negative economic impact on local community and stakeholders. So, which is also taking our rights as a citizen to travel in a free country for 10 months. So do we as a policymaker has any alternatives for 10 months tourist ban to actually conserve our only coral island instead of a 10 months tourist ban? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Actually, I'm not the right person to answer this question. If it is a question to the policymakers, they can only answer. But what I can suggest, yes, they should ensure some alternative livelihoods, not only for tourism, but also I agree with Professor Yamin sir. If government wants to ban fishing for 2 months, the government needs to ensure that what they would be doing in these 2 months. And if some people are dependent on tourism and you are giving ban on tourism for 10 months, they are not going to survive economically. So government must have some alternative options. And I am pretty sure that the advisor for the Ministry of Environment, she was identifying a lot of options. Those are just ideas. These need to be validated, whether these alternatives can be actually implemented in the island. Otherwise, what is my suggestion as tourism researcher or academic? My suggestion is we need to create a balance among all the 3 components of sustainability: the environmental, ecology, socio-cultural, and also the economic aspects of sustainability. Because I am also I agree with the conservation aspects. We need to conserve island. At the same time, we need to think about the economy of the local community. If we put a ban on tourism just because of ecological consideration, I agree with that yes, we need to consider the ecological fragility, but we must ensure the livelihood for the local community because they are really poor. They don't have savings like us to survive for 10 months. Even I can survive if I don't earn anything for 10 months. So that's it. I think we need to work together. Right now.
Thank you. There's a demand for another question. All right. I've already, let me tell you, I've got 20 minutes. I started behind the schedule. So I should, never mind. The last question, please. And make it short and precise.
Thank you so much. My question is on tourism.
Okay.
What is the extent of tourism mismanagement in St. Martin's and its adverse impact on the island? That government had to reduce the tourism period from 5 months to 2 months. And what actions are government taking to improve the mismanagement so that tourism can come back in the St. Martin's Island? Thank you.
What mismanagement? Mismanagement, you mean? Yeah. So the mismanagement that needs to be managed.
What was the extent of tourism mismanagement? Okay. Mismanagement in tourism that government had to reduce the travel period from 5 months to 2 months.
Okay, yeah, I understand the question.
And what actions are government taking to improve the situation so that tourism can come back?
Okay, so I must admit that tourism was not in a responsible or sustainable manner that we used to do in St. Martin's right now. This is not sustainable way of doing tourism right now. Government is right to some extent to put a ban. At the same time, this is not the solution to put a ban on something to manage the island or ecological. So whenever we get something to blame, we blame tourism. So do you think only tourism is responsible for environmental degradation? What about mining? What about fishing? You know, everything has negative impact on environment. And whenever we get the chance to ban something, restrict something, we take tourism to slaughter. Rather than, I think tourism is the best alternative to all other economic activities that are actually harming the environment. For example, Yamin sir was mentioning that actually in the Bay of Bengal, the number of fish is decreasing. So what should be the alternative? If fish is decreasing, that's why tourism was introduced. Now we are also banning the tourism. The solution should be, we need to have proper plan for sustainable tourism. That is, we need to go for ecologically friendly tourism. Banning is not the solution. Even we can rather introduce tourism round the year rather than making it for 6 months. I will propose to go for a tourism for the whole year. So the number of the tourists can be minimum for 1,000, it can be 2,000, but it can be round the year. So the community who are involved and dependent on tourism, they don't die. They don't, get anything in the ban period. So if you want me to suggest something, we would always say that we need to go for a comprehensive master plan so that we can identify all the options, not only tourism, but other livelihood options, so that we can have an integrated coastal zone management system. Thank you.
Okay, I think time is also run out, and people are starving probably for sumptuous lunch waiting for you. But please give me 2 minutes to conclude this session. We are almost at the end. I want to express my deepest gratitude to our distinguished speakers for their thoughtful and well-researched presentation. We have gained valuable perspective on blue economy. Professor Dr. Yamin Hussain has reminded us that fisheries management cannot be confined within the national boundaries. His finding highlights the urgent need for harmonized fishing ban across Bangladesh, India, and Myanmar to protect peak spawning seasons and ensure sustainable marine resources. His research offers a valuable path towards transboundary fisheries management in the Bay of Bengal. Dr. Mujibur Rahman, from his paper, is clear that mud crab agriculture in Bangladesh is growing fast and has a lot of potential. But it's also facing some real hurdles, like unregulated fishing, overfishing, lack of coordination, and too much dependence on, especially in market like China. But of course, they are exploring other markets like Australia, Japan, and other countries, since the demand is increasing. Moving forward, a more focused strategy, better collaboration, and stronger rules could really help the sector grow sustainably. Dr. Saiful Islam, in his presentation, he said tourism plays a vital role in livelihood of St. Martin Islands community. Despite the seasonal nature of industry, he recommends any policy decision affecting tourism must carefully consider the real economic dependence on the local to avoid unintended hardship. Gentlemen, I just thought that somebody will speak about the clean ocean or the health of the ocean. That is very important. If we want to have a sustainable economy or blue economy, we must keep the sea clean. And we all know that if there is no sea, there is no life. We don't survive, simply. Because it is 70% of the earth is a sea, and there is no sea, no shipping, no trade, the world economy will collapse, simply. Okay? So ocean gives oxygen. They absorb 50% of our CO2. That's very important for us to survive. The sea gives us rain, food, medicine, entertainment, clean energy, minerals, and security and whatnot. So let us keep the ocean clean and make sustainable use of the sea resources without disturbing the ecosystem. That's very important for us. The discussion today reaffirms that the blue economy is not just about exploitation, but responsible stewardship of our marine resources. Thank you all for being a part of today's seminar. I sincerely appreciate the valuable insight shared by our presenters and thoughtful engagement from our audience. Your presence and participation made this session meaningful and impactful. Let us carry forward these ideas, collaboration, innovation, and sustainability to ensure our ocean remains a source of prosperity and for generations to come. Thank you all, and have a wonderful day and a wonderful lunch waiting for you. Thank you, everybody.
Hello. Now we'll moving on to the presentation of mementos. So I cordially invite our Faculty of General Studies Dean, Commodore A.K.M. Sharafullah sir, to come on stage. And first, a memento will be presented to our first speaker, Dr. Mohammad Yamin Hussain. Then a memento will be handed over to our second speaker, Dr. Mohammad Mujibur Rahman. Sir, আপনাকে finally দিচ্ছি। Fine. Sir, থাকেন। A memento will be presented to our third speaker, Dr. Mohammad Saiful Islam. Finally, a memento will be presented to our respected session chair, Captain Kazi Ali Imam. All the speakers, sir. Sir, একটু সামনে চলে যান। Together একটা photo session. Together. So thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience. Now we extend a warm invitation for you to join us for lunch in the Grand Convention Hall on the first floor. The prayer arrangements are made available at the lobby, first floor, and the lunch break is scheduled up to 1455 hours. We kindly request your presence for the concluding session in this auditorium I urge everyone again, please, to come sit at the front row. Our concluding session will be commencing in a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, our chief guest, Dr. Chaudhry Rafiqul Abrar, the Honorable Advisor, Ministry of Education, People's Republic of Bangladesh, will be gracing the session as the chief guest in a short moment. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a privilege to announce that Professor Dr. Chaudhry Rafiqul Abrar, the Honorable Advisor, Ministry of Education, People's Republic of Bangladesh, has arrived amongst us. Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Distinguished guests, faculty members, officers, participants and students, Assalamu alaikum and welcome back again to the concluding session of today's seminar on Blue Economy, Unlocking the Potentials of Oceans for Sustainable Development of Bangladesh. We're privileged to announce that Professor Dr. Chaudhry Rafiqul Abrar, the Honorable Advisor, Ministry of Education, People's Republic of Bangladesh, is gracing the session as the chief guest. Furthermore, we are privileged to introduce our esteemed session speaker for today, Professor Dr. Qazi Matinuddin Ahmed, Department of Geology, Dean, Faculty of Earth and Environmental Sciences, University of Dhaka, whose expertise will undoubtedly enrich our proceedings.
Distinguished guests, I take this opportunity to brief you on the series of events scheduled for today's concluding session. Upon the arrival of our esteemed chief guest, the seminar resume will be presented by Dr. Nazia Rifat Zaman, Assistant Professor from the Department of Genetic Engineering and Marine Biotechnology, Bangladesh Maritime University. Then, the Honorable Vice-Chancellor of Bangladesh Maritime University will deliver his welcome address. Following that, we will enjoy a short audio-visual on the theme of today's seminar. The session's paper will then be delivered by esteemed Professor Dr. Qazi Matinuddin Ahmed, Department of Geology, Dean, Faculty of Earth and Environmental Sciences, University of Dhaka, offering invaluable insights into our theme. Finally, the Honorable Chief Guest, Professor Dr. Chaudhry Rafiqul Abrar, the Honorable Advisor of Ministry of Education, will deliver his much anticipated speech offering invaluable insights and guidance. Subsequently, the convener of the seminar will deliver a heartfelt vote of thanks, expressing gratitude to all participants for their contributions and support throughout the seminar. Lastly, we will proceed with the presentation of mementos to esteemed guests. This will be followed by a photography session to capture the memorable moments of the event.
Today's chief guest, Professor Dr. Chaudhry Rafiqul Abrar, Honorable Advisor, Ministry of Education, Honorable Vice-Chancellor, Rear Admiral Ashraful Haq Chaudhry. Today's learned session speaker, Professor Dr. Qazi Matinuddin Ahmed, Department of Geology, Dean, Faculty of Earth and Environmental Sciences, University of Dhaka. Esteemed guests, faculty members, officers, and students. Assalamu alaikum and a very good afternoon. On behalf of the Vice Chancellor of Bangladesh Maritime University, Rear Admiral Ashraful Haq Chaudhry, we want to extend our heartiest welcome to all the esteemed guests and eminent speakers to this concluding session.
Esteemed guests, I would like to take this opportunity to formally present the sequence of today's concluding session. We will commence with the presentation of the seminar resume, followed by the welcome address by the Honorable Vice Chancellor of Bangladesh Maritime University. Subsequently, we will view a brief audiovisual presentation. Thereafter, the session paper will be delivered. Following this, we will have the honor of hearing from our honored chief guest, who will address the audience. Following that, the convener of the seminar will bid a formal vote of thanks. To conclude the session, mementos will be presented to our esteemed guest as a token of appreciation, followed by a photography session capturing the unforgettable moments of the day.
Distinguished guest, a sustainable ocean economy is crucial for Bangladesh's resilience, growth, and economic diversification. By prioritizing blue economy, the nation is investing in offshore wind, tidal energy, deep-sea fishing, and modern port infrastructure. Today's seminar aims to foster dialogue, partnerships, and actionable solutions for sustainable blue growth. With strong policies and collaboration, Bangladesh is steadily emerging as a resilient maritime nation.
Ladies and gentlemen, at the very outset, I would like to request Dr. Nazir Rifat-Zaman, Assistant Professor, Department of Genetic Engineering and Marine Biotechnology, Bangladesh Maritime University, to present the seminar resume.
Good afternoon, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. We have reached the concluding session of today's seminar, Blue Economy, Unlocking the Potentials of Oceans for Sustainable Development of Bangladesh. As you know, the theme of this seminar represents vital significance at both national and global level. I am Dr. Nazir Rifat-Zaman, Assistant Professor of Genetic Engineering and Marine Biotechnology, is honored to present today's seminar resume. In the morning, we had our inaugural session, and we were very honored to have respected Chief of Naval Staff, Admiral M. Nazmul Hasan, as our chief guest. The keynote paper was presented by Professor Dr. Pierre Fair, Director of the Center for Blue Governance, University of Portsmouth, who is a professional economist with more than 25 years of teaching and research experience, and a prolific author and researcher with extensive expertise in developing ocean and coastal strategies. The title of the keynote paper was Blue Economy, a Global Review. In this presentation, he comprehensively explained that though the countries have reached the stage of having a blue economy strategy, action plan, and investment plan, but very few have implemented them. The presentation gives an overview of the global status of implementation and the challenges they are facing regarding a full operationalization of their blue economy. The session was concluded with a speech delivered by our respected Vice Chancellor, Bangladesh Maritime University, Rear Admiral Ashraful Haq Chaudhry. Then we had our plenary session, where the session chair was Dr. Mohammad Nazir Hussain, Professor and Head of the Department, Genetic Engineering and Marine Biotechnology, Bangladesh Maritime University. The first plenary talk was presented by Dr. Teng Xing, Professor, National Ocean Technology Center, China, and specialized in marine spatial planning. Dr. Teng Xing shared his vision with a presentation on advancing the blue economy, integrating marine spatial planning, for Sustainable Development of Bangladesh. The second plenary talk was presented by Professor Natra Iksan, Head, Department of Aquaculture, University Putra, Malaysia, and a renowned expert in aquatic microbial ecology, marine biotechnology, and aquaculture ecosystem. She enlightened us with the presentation on innovations and sustainable strategies in Malaysia's blue economy, its relevance and opportunities for Bangladesh. Last but not the least, the special guest speaker of the session was Dr. Tonia Estrid Capuano, expert in oceanography for the French Governmental Agency of Expertise. She presented on a very critical concern, capability of regional nested model to reproduce the hydro and thermodynamics of the Northern Bay of Bengal towards the implementation of an operational forecasting system in Bangladesh. During the plenary session, the foreign experts provided valuable insights into marine spatial planning, operational forecasting, and the strategies and challenges of the blue economy and their relevance to Bangladesh. The eloquent presentation, coupled with an engaging question-answer session involving stakeholders, academics, and students, offered meaningful takeaways for all participants. After the plenary session, 3 technical sessions were parallelly conducted on 3 very timely and strategic issues, namely blue economy sectors, ocean governance, ocean science and engineering. For the blue economy sector session, we had our session chair, Captain Kaji Ali Imam, professor and head of the department, Department of Port and Shipping Management, Bangladesh Maritime University. And here is the list of the presentation by the esteemed experts and academics of blue economy sector. These presentations provided valuable insights into fisheries management strategies, the current status of aquaculture in Bangladesh, and the role of tourism and its impact on coastal communities, all of which are highly relevant to the present challenges and opportunities of the blue economy sector. The active engagement and lively participation of the audience clearly reflected a strong interest in these important topics. For the ocean governance session, we had our session chair, Dr. Muhammad Abdul Wahab, Professor, Department of Marine Fisheries and Aquaculture, Bangladesh Maritime University. And you can see the list of presentation given by the distinguished experts and academics of ocean governance sector. All this presentation depicts well about the environmental laws and policies regarding shipbreaking, establishing specialized maritime court for dispute settlement, and legal and socio-economic aspects of coastal communities' rights. Addressing these timely issues is essential for tapping into the vast potential of our marine economy. And lastly, for the ocean science and engineering, the session chair was Dr. Muhammad Sadiqul Bari, professor and head of the department, Department of Naval Architecture and Offshore Engineering, Bangladesh Maritime University. And here is the list of presentations presented by renowned professionals and scholars of ocean science and engineering sector. The talk on the baseline study for marine spatial planning in the Bay of Bengal, the application of technology and AI in ship repair time estimation, and integrated coastal zone management sparked significant interest among the audience. Now, we are in the concluding session, and we are very honored to have Honorable Advisor, Ministry of Education, People's Republic of Bangladesh, Professor Dr. Chaudhuri Rafiqul Abrar, as our chief guest of the concluding session. It's our privilege to have the speaker of the concluding session, Professor Dr. Qazi Matin Uddin Ahmed, Dean, Faculty of Earth and Environmental Sciences, University of Dhaka. As an expert hydrologist, Professor Matin is currently working as a groundwater consultant in 2030 Water Resources Group, and the World Bank. He has been engaged in collaborative research with national organizations and NGOs. Dr. Martin is included in the list of Stanford University's list of top 2% scientists for the world. We are very much looking forward to his insights during the upcoming presentation. So, that's the highlight of today's seminar. In this seminar on blue economy, we aim to explore pioneering research, regional collaborations, and innovative strategies that can turn the vast marine resources of Bangladesh into sustainable economic strength. We believe this seminar unfolded this vision well with the wisdom and expertise of the presenter and the meaningful engagement of the audience. Thank you for your time. Here's to a thriving blue future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for that insightful and concise overview. We truly appreciate the time and effort you have taken to provide us with such a clear understanding.
Now I would request our Honorable Vice Chancellor of Bangladesh Maritime University, Rear Admiral Ashraful Haq Chaudhary, for the welcome address.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Today's chief guest, Professor Dr. Chaudhary Rafiqul Abrar, Honorable Advisor, Ministry of Education. Distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Qazi Motainuddin Ahmed, Dean, Faculty of Earth and Environmental Sciences, University of Dhaka. Eminent academia from home and abroad, marine professionals, maritime stakeholders, faculty members, dear students, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. On behalf of Bangladesh Maritime University, it is my privilege to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to all of you to the concluding session of International Seminar on Blue Economy, Unlocking the Potentials of Oceans for Sustainable Development of Bangladesh. We are truly honored to have amongst us Professor Dr. Chaudhary Rafiqul Abrar, Honorable Advisor, Ministry of Education, as chief guest. The attendance of our esteemed chief guest in this seminar clearly emphasizes the strong commitment of Education Ministry and the government to propel the education and maritime sector forward. Furthermore, we are privileged to have amongst us the distinguished speaker, Professor Dr. Qazi Motainuddin Ahmed, who is going to share his insights on blue economy, a topic of great relevance for today's seminar. I would like to inform that the seminar was designed in 4 distinct sessions, which has just recently been described by the resume, and each session covering the important dimensions of blue economy. Particular relevance to Bangladesh. In these sessions, a good number of eminent scholars, both from home and abroad, has enriched the audience with their well-articulated presentation and very lively discussions. Distinguished guests, Bangladesh is a nation with a profound history closely connected to the ocean and the abundant resources found within its waters. The seas have not only been a source of livelihood, trade, and transportation, but also a testament to the resilience and ingenuity of our people. Therefore, the concept of blue economy is not just a buzzword to us. It is a powerful framework for unlocking economic growth while preserving the health of our ocean. Moreover, Bangladesh is uniquely positioned with a vast coastline along the Bay of Bengal, and the marine resources hold immense potential to contribute to the sustainable development of our nation. This has been significantly highlighted by our Honorable Chief Advisor, Professor Muhammad Yunus, recently in a public forum, where he said, Bangladesh is fortunate to have access to the sea, and we must take strategic advantage of it for the country's economic growth through sea trade and commerce. Esteemed guests, this seminar was designed to explore the multifaceted dimensions of the blue economy, from sustainable fisheries and aquaculture to renewable energy, from ocean resources and shipping to the coastal protections, etc. We have had the privilege of hearing from leading experts, thought leaders, and practitioners in the field of maritime studies. The wealth of knowledge shared, along with inspiring ideas and innovative solutions presented, has highlighted the tremendous potentials of our oceans hold for advancing sustainable development of Bangladesh. However, its significance exceeds academic discourse. Especially, it represents a profound learning and enriching experience for our students, offering insights that extend far beyond the confines of a classroom. By adopting strategies like marine resource management by sustainable fisheries and marine biodiversity protection, harnessing ocean-based energy and shipping and maritime trade, climate change adaptation and mitigation, research and technology, policy and governance, etc. With this, Bangladesh can effectively unlock the full potential of its ocean for sustainable development. Dear audience, now a few words about our university. Bangladesh Maritime University was established with the motto, "We strive for maritime excellence," and it is committed to fostering research, education, and collaboration that will drive this motto forward. Our role is to equip our students with the knowledge and skills they need to be the leaders of tomorrow in the blue economy sector. We are also committed to forging partnership with national and international stakeholders to implement policies and practices that will ensure the long-term health and prosperity of our ocean. By convening this seminar, Maritime University endeavors to raise awareness and promote a shared vision that aligns with the government's initiative towards blue economy growth. In essence, the seminar embodies our collective commitment to nurturing a deeper understanding of the blue economy and charting a course towards a sustainable maritime future. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude, I extend my heartfelt gratitude once again to the chief guest, Professor Dr. Chaudhary Rafiqul Abrar, Honorable Advisor, Ministry of Education, for honoring us by his gracious presence. I want to acknowledge the kind presence of our all distinguished speakers, all session chairs, distinguished guests, and scholars whose participation has made this event truly meaningful. Your contribution and engagements are invaluable as we strive to chart a course towards a more sustainable and prosperous maritime future. Together, let us unlock the potentials of our ocean and contribute to a brighter, more sustainable future. May Allah bless us all. Thank you all, ladies and gentlemen. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you very much, sir, for your valuable welcome address. Dear audience, now we will enjoy a 5-minute audiovisual on the theme of today's seminar.
fit towards the maritime sector of a country.
As the ocean is a lifeline and a pathway to a brighter future, unlocking the blue economy will enable Bangladesh to chart a course for sustainable growth and prosperity. Together, let's protect our oceans, embrace sustainability, and harness the full potential of our blue economy.
Dear audience, now the session's paper will be presented by Professor Dr. Qazi Matinuddin Ahmed, Department of Geology and Dean, Faculty of Earth and Environmental Sciences, University of Dhaka. Dr. Qazi Matinuddin Ahmed leads a renowned groundwater research group at the Department of Geology, also recognizing among the world's top 2% scientists by Stanford University. He has active collaborations with the University College London, Imperial College, and the British Geological Survey of the United Kingdom. He also has the long-lasting collaborations with the Columbia and Vanderbilt University of the United States of America, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, may I now request Professor Dr. Qazi Matinuddin Ahmed to deliver his session speech.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Honorable Chief Guest, Conference Convener, distinguished participants from home and abroad, ladies and gentlemen. I am really honored to be here, to be invited as the concluding session presenter, but I don't dare to present in front of these world-renowned blue economic experts. What I'm going to say is about what we should do in the education sector for taking harnessing the prospect of blue economy that Bangladesh poses. So I will be talking about what we should do in terms of integrating education, training, and research program for overcoming challenges and accelerating blue economy benefits of Bangladesh. We have the Bay of Bengal, well-demarcated boundaries of our territorial water, and we know what we can do, what is our limit. And there are enormous potentials for blue economy. However, our mark on the world blue economy map is not that big yet. So this is the map published among the Commonwealth countries in 2022. So we have, our presence is there, but we can make better than this. Many of the countries, even our neighboring countries, they are doing much better than us. So what we should do, there has been a lot of discussion in the morning session. I missed many of the papers, but I was present in one of the sessions. And our efforts are mostly focusing on the conventional blue economy things. However, there are a lot of unconventional potentials that we need to tap as well. Marine biotechnology, we are talking a lot about it. But ocean renewable energy, we can tap on that. Deep sea mining, this may come later, but we have to look into that. Carbon sequestration, aquaculture innovation, marine robotics, application of AI, seaweed farming, methane hydrate. There has been recently, about a year, or I think about 6 months ago, there was a report in the newspaper referring to the foreign ministry about huge potential of this methane hydrate in the Bay of Bengal. It is there, but it needs a lot of research and effort to harness this. Freshwater even, this can be like, there has been discussion about tourism, St. Martin's Island, Cox's Bazar, etc. Freshwater is going to be a major challenge for the tourism industry in the coming years. So ocean can answer to that. In terms of conventionally, we can desalinize seawater. At the same time, there are potentials for offshore fresh groundwater storage. So we need to look for those things. So what are the major challenges that we have in Bangladesh? This has been discussed, but there is no problem in repeating this because of the honorable advisor from the Ministry of Education is here. Governance is the main issue, so we need a governance framework. There is a draft, but currently we have a blue economy cell. It was previously with the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Resources, now with the Cabinet Division. But many of the countries, they have started bigger. I mean, some of the countries have Ministry of Blue Economy, Ministry of Ocean, Maritime Affairs, etc. Even in India, these blue economy issues are taken care of by the Ministry of Earth Sciences, a specialized ministry. So our governance mechanism has to be finalized. There are harnessing ocean resource comes with threats as well. So if you don't do it sustainably, there are risks of environmental threats. We have to look into those things. There are security concerns about the economic zone. However, I would like to focus mainly on the last 4 items: the technological deficits, the educational gap, and research and innovation area, which is directly connected with the Ministry of Education. Honorable advisor is here. So we have to ensure that whatever we do, it is done sustainably. There was a paper in the morning, a couple of papers that I was listening about fishing, about tourism, and there are risks associated with all kinds of things. So we have to do sustainably, and there is sustainability framework, we have to follow those things. So what the education sector, or how it can contribute to the better harnessing of the blue economy potentials that we have because of the Bay of Bengal. Skill development and working training. So this is a new area for us. There has been some sectors which have been, like as I mentioned, the traditional one, the conventional one, but there are new areas where we need to develop the skill. We train manpower. We have enormous young generation who can be trained in this area. Then we are far behind in terms of innovation, not only in this particular area, but also in other areas. So innovation is an area where we should invest a lot. So these 3 I that is called like invest, invent, and implement. So we have to work in that area a lot. Policy and governance. Policy should be supported by good scientific background. So scientific research should provide background for policy that has to be adopted. Environmental conservation. So this is extremely important when we try to harness certain benefits or certain resource from the sea. This can come out with a lot of environmental hazards, so we have to work in that. Particularly, you can apply the marine and spatial planning. And economic diversification, that's what I mentioned earlier as well, that if we only look into the conventional ones, we cannot harness the full potential. So we have to tap on the non-conventional as well. So there are some guidelines available for us to follow. This is the EU example, how we can integrate the 3 major sectors, the academia, the governance, and the industry sector. So if you can integrate all these 3 sectors together, and if the education plan is designed based on the need of the industry, and if it is governed by the governing mechanism of the country, then we can get the maximum benefit out of this blue economy. So in terms of providing, like the European countries, they are targeting how many PhDs will be given in which area. We don't, unfortunately, we don't have any specific plan, particularly for our higher education, which is going to be our thrust section for the next 10 years, 20 years, how many graduates we need in different areas. So we can start from this area, like targeting blue economy, what kind of experts we need in the next 10, 20, 30 years, and how we can maximize the benefit of blue economy utilizing that. So this is something we need to work on. So we have a framework already in the country. Maritime University is a university dedicating fully on research and education on maritime issues, blue economy issues, oceanography, but there are other universities in the country. All the universities, thanks to the chairman of Oceanography Department of Dhaka University, he provided some information for this particular slide. So we have number of universities giving courses on focusing on oceanography, fisheries, engineering aspects. Also, we have marine academies and other training institutions who are creating manpower, trained manpower. Also, we have like institutions, body, the Bangladesh Oceanographic Research Institute is a national institute who should take lead for this oceanographic or other researches in the field of different fields of blue economy. NOAMI has been there, is the first NGO or training institution that was established in 1978. When I was a student at Dhaka University, I attended a program back in 1984. And that's where I first was introduced to this concept of blue economy was not there, but the prospect of Bay of Bengal, how we can harness that. So NOAMI deserves a big thank for initiating this kind of research. And Navy has initiated BIMRAD. I think this institute also can play a big role. So combinedly, Navy can play a big role here. Navy itself, Bangladesh Maritime University, BIMRAD can take a leading role in the field of this oceanographic research and education in Bangladesh. So how to make an effective education, research, and training program? What are the things we need to do? So we need to have a national policy and guidelines, like where we would like to go in next 5 years, 10 years, 15 years in terms of blue economy, harnessing blue economy or prospect of the sea. So we need a master plan of ocean science, education, and research. So there are a number of universities focusing on different areas. We need, oceanography is a multidisciplinary issue. Blue economy is a multidisciplinary issue. So all the universities should not focus on one particular area. So if there is a plan, different university can focus on different areas of expertise and produce graduates accordingly. Most of the universities, we are now working on the OBE curriculum. The main purpose of OBE curriculum is to develop world-class graduate so that our graduates not only can work in Bangladesh, they can go beyond our country, work in other parts, because there is a global demand for these ocean scientists. So we can produce world-class graduates if we can follow this OBE curriculum. And one important part of this implementing OBE curriculum is faculty development program. So there are lack of faculties in the public universities, and all the areas there are not good experts available. So we need to have a specific plan to develop the faculty in various different areas. And infrastructural facilities, there is lack. Like if I cite example of the oceanography department at Dhaka University, they even don't have proper space. They don't have labs. So many of the universities have similar problem. So we need to look into those facilities. Before starting a new department or new program, I think we should focus on the how to make those facilities available to them. And this kind of conference, they can foster national and regional and international collaboration. Presenters from China, presenters from Malaysia, they try to connect their prospect or their knowledge to our areas. So this kind of international collaboration should be continued. This is another example from EU. They have like plan like which area, which university will give degrees. So we have to have a systematic plan for that. So if you would like to teach oceanography or any other branch of marine science, this curriculum has to be interdisciplinary. So the interdisciplinarity is so important these days. We have to have experts from different areas, blend of geology, biology, chemistry, physics, engineering, etc. And technological integration. We need to bring more and more technology in our education. So this is something we need to work on. We are far behind in this area. Remote sensing and modeling can play a big role. And this can help in combating with environmental and climatic disasters, etc. We can focus on those areas. Field-based learning, oceanography or marine science, if you cannot take them to the sea, if you can take them into expedition, then we cannot teach them. So that's why this is very important. And Navy, thanks to Navy, they are providing support to Dhaka University and other institutions in doing that. So what should be the focus of our research in the coming days? This climate change and ocean dynamics, we should work on that. What will be the impact in the future of sea level rise, acidification, global warming, etc. Marine biodiversity and conservation, this is another important area. Deep sea exploration, maybe we are not into that phase yet, but eventually we'll have to go for those kind of deep sea exploration. Even we cannot harness the full prospect of oil and gas in the Bay of Bengal because we don't have any national capability. We have to bring in experts from outside or we have to work with international companies. So we need to build capacities in those areas. Sustainability is very important. When we harness resource from the land side, in many cases we exceed the sustainable limit. there is potential for having similar problem with marine resources as well. So we have to be very cautious about sustainable development, development of resource. And this modeling thing, this coming is a big way, application of artificial intelligence and big data analysis for predicting future things. One major area that we are lacking, there has been a lot of discussion about this research vessel. So there was recently, I had a phone call from, I think it was Brigadier Safayatullah from Navy about procuring a research vessel. Navy has some facilities. There has been discussion about BAPEX wanted to buy a research vessel. There were other institutions who wanted to buy a research vessel. We need a research vessel. I think Navy would be the best institution to have that research vessel, but allowing other agencies or educational institute to use that. So without having research vessel, and also what we need is sister deep sea drilling vessel. Eventually we need those kind of facilities. So if we can ensure all these things, then we can have better capacity for training and producing graduates for future. Regional collaboration is very important. Some of the countries, our neighboring countries, are well ahead of us in terms of this kind of research and harnessing the benefit. So we can have this knowledge sharing, like this kind of event. We can have joint research with the neighboring countries, those who have advanced knowledge in this area. Marine security and governance, this is also, there was discussion about fish catch banning. So one country is doing it at one time, another country is doing it another time. So there has to be integrated planning on those kind of things. Trade and connectivity, we are working a lot, and all our future efforts should have specific attention to the climate change mitigation issues. So considering all these things, what I think that how we can accelerate the harnessing benefits of this blue economy for sustainable development of Bangladesh. So first of all, we need a governance mechanism. The ERD, GED, they produced a guideline, and there was a proposal for setting a Ministry of Ocean Affairs. So we need something, not only a cell, something bigger than at least a division or a ministry under a relevant ministry that who can kind of coordinate all the efforts in the field of, this is a multidisciplinary effort, so we need central organization to coordinate all the activities. So we have to have, if we would like to conduct more research, if we would like to have innovation, then funding is must. Without funding, we cannot do anything. So this is an area where I think the government can facilitate also from international, the bilateral donors, development partners. We can have more fund focusing specifically on harnessing blue economy benefits. Capacity building and human resource development, we are moving ahead, but we need to do more. We need to invest more for our education system, for the universities, for the training institution, for the academies. So we need more fund with modern facilities. Research and infrastructure development, I gave example of Dhaka University Oceanography Department. There are similar situations in other universities. So we need to target, like we need to build facilities. Marine spatial planning is a big thing, particularly for conserving or preventing this adverse impact of this marine resource harnessing. Innovation, without research and innovation, we cannot cope with the other countries who will harness the benefit from the same sea or similar situation. And finally, what is important is promotion of international collaboration. So we need to work with our neighbors, other countries, to maximize the benefit of blue economy that the Bay of Bengal provides us. I think that was all I wanted to share. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, sir, for that incredibly insightful and informative speech. I'm sure everyone in the audience has taken away something valuable today.
Dear audience, it is indeed a great privilege for us to have the Honorable Advisor, Ministry of Education, amongst us. May I now humbly request our today's chief guest, Professor Dr. Chaudhry Rafiqul Abrar, Advisor, Ministry of Education, to deliver his valuable speech.
Thank you. Honorable Vice Chancellor of Bangladesh Maritime University, Rear Admiral Ashraful Haq Chaudhry, distinguished keynote speaker, Professor Qazi Matinuddin Ahmed of my own alma mater, University of Dhaka, distinguished resource persons from home and abroad, dear students and journalists from print and digital media. A very pleasant afternoon to all of you. Assalamu alaikum. It is an immense pleasure on my part to stand before you today at this prestigious international seminar dedicated to exploring the vast potential of the ocean and its critical role in ensuring sustainable development of our nation within the framework of blue economy. I congratulate the university and its leadership for taking this initiative at this opportune sort of moment. Our chief advisor has given us direction and have asserted that it is we who will take forward and harness what is there, out there in the blue economy for the people, not only of this country, of this land, but also of the adjoining areas. So together, we will harness the resources. And it is only appropriate that in this, and that those need to be understood. You know, evidence have to be gathered, knowledge has to be gathered, there has to be, you know, synergy between academia and the practitioners. And I think this particular platform has given the opportunity to have this cerebral exercise, you know, where we, over 2 days, these issues have been discussed, and I'm sure the outcome of the proceedings of this particular event will guide us in this regard. I also take the opportunity to thank the keynote speaker of this evening. You know, when I was invited to this event for this session, I thought, you know, I come from social science background, and I may not have much to take away from this workshop. But certainly, the distinguished academic, the person who's, you know, in the forefront of frontiers of knowledge, you know, in science in this country, one of the top ones, have provided us with guidance about how, as a Ministry of Education, what are the issues we need to take into cognizance. You know, there are bigger issues involved, but in this bigger framework, I think on this particular issue of harnessing the resources of the sea, how we as ministry can, what are the issues that we need to pursue. Thank you very much, sir, for your kind guidance. And I think this is where the crux of things of this seminar lies, that we explore the frontiers of knowledge, but also, you know, we equip ourselves how to go about in a scientific way to get to know, I mean, what are the means we should employ? Who are the ones we should tie up? And needless to say, the very planning of this event, where we have resources from within, you know, people in the services, people in the academia, people in different things, but also eminent resource person from far and beyond with their expertise, chipping in to help us, and also develop their own knowledge and understanding of the issues that, how we go about exploring these resources. So I'm sure, the opportunities the students have got this. I think that is extremely important. Often in public university where I come from, the traditional public universities, I think there are not very many opportunities of this kind, where you have best of your own discipline or related disciplines, and for both from home and abroad, presenting before you, the findings of their research, deliberating and discussing and debating, what are the things that we should be doing. I think it's a wonderful opportunity the university has provided you, and you must seize that opportunity. Whatever you have heard, I guess your next term papers, your next MPhil thesis or your MPhil thesis, this could be encouraging you to develop, proposals in this regard. I'm sure the eminent faculty that the university has will help you, in shaping your future research agenda, and also policy advocacy. There are a range of issues that can be done. So I really think I'm glad that I'm here listening to this, and the resume that has been presented. I'm sure it only captures a handful of the issues that have been discussed, but it also gives, the depth of a scholarship, that was gone into, that has been unraveled, before you. So having said that, allow me to say that this is an opportune moment, and this is something, persons like us who were in the fringes of academic exercises, not because of that we didn't have the ability, but we were not given the opportunity. We are the ones who have been blacklisted by various institutions affiliated with the state. In National Defense College, in Staff College, although we were resource persons at one time, they felt, we were not, compatible with the state ideology that was pursued. So here we are in a new Bangladesh, where we have people, those who are pushed to the corner, those who dared to question, the way the state was being run at that particular moment. Those who refused to be subjects and wanted to establish that they are citizens with rights. These are the people who have now got the opportunity to express their views, to engage, to deliberate. And it has been possible because it's the youth, it's the young people who gave their lives, not by 2 or 3 or 10 and 15, 1,000 lives or more were, sacrificed to provide us this freedom, to engage not only what we want to say politically, but also to debate academic issues, to challenge what are the things that are there, as given. So we want to really promote this debate, both between young and old, both between people staying within the country and those who are beyond, to engage in this kind of initiative. So I pay my tribute to those who lost their lives in 1971, to those who lost their lives and had their ultimate sacrifice in various democratic struggles of this country since then, and to those in last July and August. It is for them we are here today, that the academic institutions have now become, or at least is in the process of becoming, institutions where there is healthy debate and discussions. And we certainly hope that we will be able to take this, forward. Honorable members of the audience, coming back to this issue of blue economy, it represents an integrated and sustainable approach to utilizing ocean resources, emphasizing principles of conservation, technological innovation, and responsible governance. However, the path to realizing its full potential is fraught with challenges. Issues such as overfishing, marine pollution, climate change, and habitat degradation pose significant threats to the health of our oceans. Addressing these challenges demands a collective commitment to collaboration, investment in sustainable practices, and the advancement of innovative solutions. Adopting a circular economy approach, minimizing plastic waste, and prioritizing marine biodiversity conservation are imperative steps in this journey. For Bangladesh, the blue economy offers vast opportunities. Our maritime sectors, from fisheries and shipping to tourism and offshore energy, hold enormous potentials to boost our economy. By focusing on sustainable development, we can ensure that these resources are preserved for future generations, while also stimulating economic growth, job creation, and technological innovation. Learned audience, at the United Nations General Assembly in September 2024, the interim government chief advisor, Nobel laureate, Professor Dr. Muhammad Yunus, emphasized that Bangladesh can further promote the sustainable use of ocean resources through blue economy diplomacy by building partnerships focused on maritime security, sustainable fisheries, and ocean resource management, thus establishing itself as a leader in harnessing the Bay of Bengal's potential while preserving ecological balance. As the education advisor, I strongly believe that the key to unlocking the potential of the blue economy lies in education, research, and innovation. Maritime education and research institutions like this very university, play a pivotal role in shaping the future of our oceans and our economy. By equipping students and professionals with the right knowledge, skills, and tools, we can foster the next generation of leaders and experts who will drive forward the vision of a sustainable blue economy. As we convene at this prestigious international seminar, let us reaffirm our commitment to unlocking the boundless potential of the ocean for the sustainable development of Bangladesh and beyond. Through collaboration and innovation and responsible stewardship, we can chart a course toward a resilient and prosperous future. Distinguished guests and eminent scholars, this seminar is being held at a crucial time when the sustainable utilization of ocean resources is a matter of global significance. Through the plenary and technical sessions, I'm confident that our esteemed speakers and presenters have examined and discussed the latest research findings, technological advancements, and policy frameworks essential for the development of blue economy. Such initiatives not only expand the knowledge frontier, but also foster sustainable collaborations among nations, academic institutions, and industry leaders. The role of scholars and researchers in this process is indispensable as they drive forward new ideas, conduct groundbreaking research, and organize scholarly engagements like this to develop viable solutions and contribute to the well-being of humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to acknowledge the remarkable progress of Bangladesh Maritime University since its inception. I'm pleased to learn that the ongoing construction of the permanent campus in Hamid Chowr, Chattogram, we saw the footages here, it's fascinating, located beside the Karnafuli River. This state-of-the-art facility will cater to the growing demands of the maritime sector and serve as a hub for maritime education, research, and policy development. I'm optimistic that the university will continue to expand its research initiatives and technological innovations, ultimately positioning itself as a global leader in maritime studies. By fostering strong academic partnership, engaging in multidisciplinary research, and embracing cutting-edge technologies, The university has the potential to set new benchmarks, not only in Bangladesh, but on the international stage. August gathering, in closing, I would like to extend my deepest gratitude to all the participants, speakers, and experts who have contributed to this important seminar. Your valuable insights and recommendations will undoubtedly pave the way for a more prosperous and sustainable future for Bangladesh and global maritime community. Let us work together to turn the vision of blue economy into a reality, and that is the need of the hour. To ensure that our oceans serve as a source of prosperity and well-being for generations to come. We will try to get from the ocean as much as we need, but respecting that the ocean also needs our care and demands our respect. So it is in that point, when we talk about sustainable harnessing of resources, that is the moot point. So when we identify how we can harness the resources, we must also in tandem, should also bear in mind that in what way, that we have to be immensely careful while we do that. I think that both of those go hand in hand. I wish all success in your future endeavor for this Maritime University. It's my immense, I've expressed my sincere gratitude to the resource persons who have contributed, to the young minds, those who have come from home and abroad. And we look forward to your kind and useful participation in the future activities of this university. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much, Honorable Advisor, for your insightful and thoughtful speech. Your words today have truly been a source of guidance.
Ladies and gentlemen, now Honorable Chief Guest will hand over the crest to the plenary session speakers. May I call upon the session chair of the plenary session, Professor Dr. Mohammad Nazir Hussain, to receive the crest from the chief guest. May I now request the speakers of the plenary session to come over to the stage. Firstly, Professor Dr. Tang Jin from China. Professor Nathra Iksan from Malaysia. Dr. Tonia Astrid Capuano from France. Today's seminar's resume presenter, Dr. Nazir Rifat Zaman, Assistant Professor, Department of Genetic Engineering and Marine Biotechnology, Bangladesh Maritime University. Now, the Honorable Chief Guest will hand over a crest to the session speaker, Professor Dr. Qazi Matinuddin Ahmed, Department of Geology, Dean, Faculty of Earth and Environmental Sciences, University of Dhaka. Dear audience, now Honorable Vice Chancellor will hand over a memento to the chief guest of today's seminar, Professor Dr. Chaudhry Rafiqul Abrar, Honorable Advisor, Ministry of Education. A painting created by Ashikur Rahman Prince, student from Department of Maritime Law and Policy, Bangladesh Maritime University, is graciously presented to Professor Dr. Chaudhry Rafiqul Abrar as a token of memento and a gesture of heartfelt appreciation. Thank you, Ashikur Rahman Prince, for your wonderful work.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are almost at the end of today's seminar session. I would humbly request our respected convener of the seminar, Dean, Faculty of Shipping Administration, Commodore Atikur Rahman, for the vote of thanks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Honorable Chief Guest, Chaudhry Rafiqul Abrar, Education Advisor to the Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, respected Vice Chancellor, Bangladesh Maritime University, Rear Admiral Ashrafullah Chaudhry, Special Speaker, Professor Dr. Qazi Matinuddin Ahmed, Department of Geology, Dean, Faculty of Art and Environmental Sciences of Dhaka University, eminent academicians from home and abroad, marine professionals, maritime stakeholders, faculty members, dear students, and representatives from print and digital media, Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon. As we draw the curtains on this remarkable international seminar, on behalf of Bangladesh Maritime University, I extend my deepest appreciation and heartiest thanks to all of you for making this event a resounding success. We are truly honored to have hosted an event that brought together some of the brightest minds, experts, and scholars around the world to discuss and exchange ideas on blue economy, unlocking the potentials of ocean for sustainable development of Bangladesh. This seminar unfolded as an excellent platform of knowledge, ideas, and perspectives. This was not possible without the enthusiastic
participation and collaboration of all the distinguished speakers, delegates, and attendees. First and foremost, I would like to extend our deepest gratitude to our esteemed chief guest, Chaudhary Rafiqul Abrar, Education Advisor of Bangladesh, for gracing his concluding session and inspiring us with his presence, sir. I would also like to express my heartfelt appreciation to the learned speaker of the concluding session, Professor Dr. Qazi Matinuddin Ahmed, for honoring us with his presence and sharing his knowledge and wisdom with us. I extend my deepest appreciation to the keynote speaker, panelists, and presenters for sharing their profound insights and expertise today. Your thought-provoking presentations have undoubtedly broadened our horizon and inspired us to think beyond conventional boundaries. We'd also like to express our gratitude to our partners and supporting organizations who have contributed towards the success of this seminar. Your generous support has been pivotal to make the event successful. I must acknowledge the effort of our audience and participants who engaged themselves actively in discussion and shared their unique perspectives. Your active participation has enriched this seminar. Lastly, to all of you, our esteemed guests, thank you for being a part of today's international seminar. Your presence here today has made a significant difference, and your enthusiasm has been the driving force behind the success. As we bring this seminar to a close, we look forward for future collaborations. Let's carry the knowledge and inspiration gained here for future engagement for a positive change in our respective fields. Together, let's strive for unlocking the potentials of ocean for sustainable development of new Bangladesh. Wish you best of luck. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you so much, sir, for your vote of thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, now there will be a photography session. I would like to request the Treasurer, Registrar, all Deans, Controller of Examination, Academic Advisor, and all the speakers of the plenary session to come over to the stage and join the photography session. Dear students, here marks all the Treasurer, Registrar, all Deans, Controller of Examination, Academic Advisor, and all the speakers of the plenary session. Once again, thank you so much for being part of this momentous occasion, and we look forward to celebrating many more milestones together. Here's to success, growth, and the continued pursuit of excellence.
Esteemed guests and participants, as we draw the curtains on today's seminar, we extend our heartfelt gratitude to esteemed speakers and participants for gracing us with their valuable presence and insights. We also extend our appreciation to the dedicated participants and volunteers whose efforts have contributed to the success for the seminar. You are cordially invited to partake in a brief session, 15 minutes of light refreshments, which will be served in the lobby adjacent to the central auditorium. Following this 15-minute interlude, we shall commence the cultural program and the award ceremony for the poster presentations. Kindly ensure you return to the auditorium after you have the light refreshments by 710 hours. Be seated promptly at the conclusion of the refreshment break.
অ্যাকুস্টিক গিটারটা দিয়ে।
রেজন স্টেজে রেজন স্টেজে পরে কথা বলবো স্টেজে অনুষ্ঠান শুরু হইতেছে একটু বাড়বে
ভাই আচ্ছা অ্যাঙ্করের যে এই দুটো কর্ডলেস ছিল এটা দুটো কিন্তু ভয়েসে যাবে, হ্যাঁ? তাহলে ওইখান থেকে দুটো এমসিকে দিয়ে দিই। তেরো নম্বরটা দেন, 13 নম্বর।
হ্যালো 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 13 নম্বর এমসি।
All are requested to come timely. If we start late, we will miss a lot of performance. So, all the guests and participants are requested to come timely.
Hello, hello, hello.
Hello.
হ্যালো চেক হ্যালো
আমারটা ঠিক আছে।
হ্যালো 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 হ্যালো
Hello.
হ্যালো, এই ড্রামসের ফিলে কোনো ভোকাল থাকবে না, শুধু গিটার আর ড্রামসের ইকুয়ালাইজিং থাকবে। আর ভাই সৌরভ দেখিস ভাই ড্রামসের ফিলে গিটার কমবে। গিটারটা এই মনিটরে একটু দিয়েন, অল্প একটু দিয়েন, এই যে এই মনিটরটা অল্প একটু দিয়েন।
হ্যালো হ্যালো
হ্যালো হ্যালো হ্যালো হ্যালো
হ্যালো আচ্ছা অন্বেষণার থেকে মাইক চেক করা শুরু কর
হ্যালো হ্যালো
টিউনটা ম্যাচ কর এখন একটু হাইতে যা ঠিক আছে শ্রেয়া
হ্যালো
তুই কি মানে মাইকটা একটু কাছে ধর মাইকটা একটু কাছে ধর মারিয়া মাইকটা একটু ইয়া কর হ্যালো হ্যালো মারিয়ারটা একটু বাড়বে আরো বাড়বে ভাই আরো বাড়বে ভাই ভোকাল ওটা আরো বাড়বে এখন আবার গাতো এখন গা হ্যালো বলতো ভাই আরো বাড়বে মাইক আরো বাড়বে বল হ্যালো 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 একটু হ্যালো ঠিক আছে গৌরবের গেইনটা কমবে ভাই গৌরবের গেইনটা কমবে গৌরব আবার কর ভাই গৌরবের ভোকালটা আর একটু গেইনটা কমান শিথি
হ্যালো 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 হ্যালো
ওকে আচ্ছা আমরা সবাই 3 2 1 বলে একসাথে হচ্ছে সবাই একটা হামিং করব ঠিক আছে
এই যে
একটা হামিং আর কি
এক্সিলারি
আচ্ছা 3 2 1 গো ভাই গৌরবের মাইকটা কমবে গৌরবের মাইকটা কমবে ভাই গৌরবের মাইকটা আরো কমান Those who are sitting back, please come forward. We will enjoy together. Please come forward. All are requested to come forward because we will enjoy together.
হ্যালো 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 হ্যালো
বাঁশির সাউন্ড আর একটু বাড়বে, বাঁশির সাউন্ড আর একটু বাড়বে। বাঁশির সাউন্ড পাচ্ছি না ভাই, বাঁশির সাউন্ড পাওয়া যাচ্ছে না।
छाता धर हे देवरा ऐसन सुंदर खोपाय अमर भीग गिलैना छाता धर हे देवरा ऐसन सुंदर साड़ी अमर